Hello. Hello to anyone who's here. Hi, Big Guy. How are you feeling? I'm doing good. I'm okay. Everyone's home today, so that's good. How are you? How's your thing? Did you get it all done? Also, I feel better. Oh, I'm glad to hear. I feel better. It's just that I'm kind of still sore from last week. I can still feel it to this day. Like it kind of hurts still, especially when I stretch and all that. So yeah, and yeah, I cannot like move a lot, like do a lot of exercise. Even doing that shit, like I can do that shit. 9 days. So did they continue removing it, or did they just use the? Did they have to operate on you again, like twice? Sorry, I just need to put something on my lips so that I don't look sick. Okay. How was that? Hope you didn't feel anything. Sorry, let me just put this. Oh, okay. Is it painful now at the moment, like aftercare? Hmm. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon. I hope it doesn't, like, it's gonna be hurting for a bit, obviously. But, you know, you'll probably get used to it after a bit. And yeah, it sucks that the Medicaid, like, pain relievers don't work on you. Sorry. Yeah, mine is just sore, really. It's not painful, just sore. Um, and stinging when I stretch. Sorry, just wipe my shit here. But yeah, I figured I'd play video games today. I'm not sure. What am I gonna do today? Tell me what to do today. I don't know what streamers do. What do streamers do when they, what's in their, what do you call that? What's in their, task? Oh, you're playing the new TFT. You're in peace. TFT, TFT, TFT. Ish. We should play chess. I'd rather us play chess than TFT. I think that's much better. But I keep losing. I suck at chess, you know. Just so you know. Anyway, I'm gonna be watching shit first. So I know you're playing. Did you have your dinner? I'm not sure if you had your dinner, but if you did, glad to hear. I hope it won't be that hard to grab some dinner. But yeah, while I'm fixing my face so I don't look dead, I'm, I'm gonna be putting this on because yeah, I like the Syria thing. Mm, yeah, chips. Yeah. What do you usually have as a dip though? I usually just have ketchup. Let me check that. I don't think it's like playing on my end.
A momentous day in the Middle East. The family dynasty that controlled Syria for more than half a century is no longer in power, with President Bashar al-Assad having fled the country as rebel forces closed in on the capital, Damascus. Thousands of people celebrated in the main square, chanting freedom after the rebels seized control, seemingly bringing to an end a civil war that's lasted 13 brutal years. But when the end came, it came quickly. The speed of the rebel victory astonishing. It was only on Tuesday that the city of Aleppo was captured in a shock offensive. Then by the weekend, they had full control of Homs, and the province of Daraa was in their grasp. Then overnight, the rebels entered the capital, meeting almost no resistance. Well, Barbara Plett-Usher, who was the first Western journalist to enter Damascus as the city fell, reports now on a day of high drama. We have full coverage for you with Steve Rosenberg in Moscow, where Russia says President Assad has been given asylum. We'll hear from Jeremy Bowen on the repercussions for the wider Middle East, and Frank Gardner will explain who the rebels are. But first, here's Barbara's report.
This is an extraordinary moment, a seismic change in Syria's balance of power. The strong man of Damascus, Bashar al-Assad, is gone. Rebels have declared victory. We were the first Western journalists to reach the capital just hours after it fell.
This is where people are celebrating in the central Umayyad Square. Civilians and rebels, you can hear the sound of celebratory gunfire. People are driving around in their cars. They're giving me peace signs. They're saying that life is going to be so much better now that Bashar al-Assad is gone. But there is a mix of joy and fear in the city. There are those who supported Bashar al-Assad, who felt they were protected by him, and now they're wondering what is going to happen.
Here, I spoke to people who have long been waiting for his downfall. Thank you, she says. The tyrant has fallen. The tyrant has fallen. Many of her family died under President Assad's rule, some in prison.
My cousin, my son, my family, all of them.
How are you feeling?
It's an indescribable feeling. We're so happy. After all the years of dictatorship we've lived through, we were in prison in 2014 and now we're out, thank God. We won because of our men and our fighters, and now we're at the moment that we're going to build the greatest Syria.
The old Syria has gone with breathtaking speed, the army melting away in the face of the rebel advance. Last week it was Aleppo, yesterday the city of Homs, last night the outskirts of Damascus. When they arrived, the rebels went straight to a notorious prison to set the inmates free. Today, their leader took a victory tour of Damascus, visiting the historic Umayyad Mosque. Abu Muhammad Jolani, head of the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. My colleague Faraz Kalani was there for BBC Arabic.
A historic moment in every sense of the word. Ahmed al-Shar' Abu Muhammad Julani here for the first time in the great Umayyad Mosque.
The rebel commander has been playing down past links to Al-Qaeda, saying he wants to build a Syria for all its people. From the Syrian Prime Minister, also a message of calm.
We're all concerned about this country and its institutions and facilities. I'm here in my home and I do not intend to leave it except in a peaceful manner in order to ensure the continuation of the work of public institutions.
The president fled as the rebels closed in. Reports in Russia now say he's turned up in Moscow. A statue of his father pulled down shortly before he flew out of the country. His Damascus residence now a tourist attraction, stripped bare of anything valuable, of anything at all. We saw people carrying out furniture, with no one trying to stop them. The rebels may have brought freedom, but not security. Looters have been breaking into buildings here too, deepening anxiety about this in-between time without a government in charge.
Definitely a freedom, but the transition has to happen super quick. Our president shouldn't have just left. He should have taken the proper measures that are needed for him to actually, give at least the army or the police, control over those areas until a new presidency comes in. But he was just purely selfish and he left.
The country is hoping for peace and fearing chaos. Different groups control different areas. No one knows how this will play out. But whatever happens here will be felt across the Middle East.
Barbara, you and your team, you managed to get into the capital pretty quickly after it fell. What was that journey like?
It was an extraordinary day, Clive. We had heard the night before that the Syrians had left their side of the border. So we packed our bags and we went there hoping that we could get across from Lebanon. And we did. And then once we were in Syria, the road to Damascus was wide open. Once we got closer to the capital, we could see some abandoned military equipment along the way, the signs of the way that the army retreated so quickly, tanks and military jeeps. But it was when I got to Umayyad Mosque that I really felt that sense that people were overwhelmed by what had happened, the end to the Assad regime, 54 years of authoritarian rule. You know, years ago I interviewed a member of the Syrian opposition when Hafez al-Assad was in power, the father, and he leaned towards me and he said, "The man is very cruel." And I kind of thought about that when I was speaking to Allah. You saw him in my piece. He said, you know, he was criticizing Bashar al-Assad, but he said it felt very strange. And just 2 days ago, he wouldn't have even dreamed of saying the things that he was dreaming. And I asked him if he had hope for the future. He said, well, he hoped the change would be a good one, but he'd actually had 13 years of false hopes during the civil war. So it really is a country at a historic transition, a historic intersection, but you just don't know in which direction it's going to go.
What a momentous day. Barbara, thank you. Barbara Plett-Usher there and your team, thank you. While Russian state media is reporting that Bashar al-Assad is in Moscow and that he and his family have been granted asylum. It was Russian firepower that helped keep him in power during the early, difficult days of the civil war. And ever since, the Kremlin has backed the dictator until now. Well, Steve Rosenberg is live in Moscow. The big question, Steve, is he there?
Well, I mean, the announcement was made on Russian state television, so probably yes. It was a brief announcement quoting a Kremlin source saying that Bashar al-Assad and his family had arrived in Moscow and been given asylum on humanitarian grounds. I think that these extraordinary events that we've been witnessing are a major blow to the Kremlin. I mean, after all, Russia's intervention in the Syrian war was driven to a large extent by Russia's desire to project itself as a global power. Shoring up Assad was seen very much as a way of challenging the West. And now, in a matter of days, this Kremlin-Syria project has sort of unraveled in dramatic circumstances. I think that Russia's priority now will be the fate of its two main military bases in Syria, one air base, one naval base, which have had given Russia a foothold in the eastern Mediterranean. Meanwhile, tonight, Russian state television is telling Russians this. Let me just tell you. So the TV said, of course, we are not indifferent to what is happening in Syria, but our priority is Russia's own security in the zone of the special military operation, Russia's war in Ukraine. Now, I think that language, we are not indifferent to what is happening in Syria, I find that quite extraordinary in a country, Russia, which for years has done everything possible to keep Assad in power, but has failed.
Sorry. So I didn't know they were. I guess they were like, oh my god. I have a friend, like their parents are somewhere nearby. Can you send that again? Send me that again. One more time. One more time. Yeah, gotta celebrate. Thanks.
Hundreds of Antarctic scientists at an emergency summit in Hobart have issued a statement calling for urgent action to deal with the climate crisis. Antarctic reporter Jarno Gibson joins us live from Hobart now. Jarno, why have these scientists issued this statement?
Yeah, Mel, over the past week there's been about 450 polar researchers that have been holding a conference at the University of Tasmania. It's the first such conference in more than a decade, and they've described it as an emergency summit, and that's because we've seen some very rapid and extreme changes taking place in Antarctica in recent times. So there have been heat waves where the temperature has been about 40 degrees above average. There's been record low sea ice levels last year. Scientists were describing it as a once in 7.5 million year event, and yet we've seen similar sea ice levels this year again. And so all of this is a sign of global warming, and that leads to, of course, to sea levels to rise. And the scientists at this conference have issued a statement saying, nowhere on Earth is there a greater cause for uncertainty in sea level projections than in East Antarctica. And that's, of course, the area where the Australian Antarctic Territory is. And they say there's enough ice there, if it were to all melt, to raise global sea levels by 50 metres. And they say that would have immense implications for Australia's infrastructure and coastline. Here's a little of what one of the researchers had to say.
We throw around the word unprecedented quite a lot in climate science, but it really is true. We have seen shifts in the sea ice that were beyond our wildest imaginations. We have seen heat waves that were 40 degrees warmer than expected.
I mean,
weather.
yeah, it is hot today.
We have seen entire colonies of emperor penguins lose all of their young in a breeding season. To describe it as anything other than an emergency sells these drastic changes short.
So, Jarno, what kind of action are these researchers calling for?
Well, what they want to see is an immediate reduction in carbon in the atmosphere. They say that unless greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced, it'll really lock in some of these potential sea level rises for future generations. And they also want to see research prioritised to ensure that we really get a clear picture of what's taking place and what we can expect. Here's what a couple of the early career researchers who were involved in the drafting of this statement had to say.
I think one of the clear things from this conference was that we are approaching some tipping points that we're not sure whether we can reverse or not. So more funding into those areas is pretty crucial to understand how it's going to affect our planet.
I feel that although there's lots of tipping points that we don't necessarily understand completely, we do know enough to say that we do need to protect, we do need to control our emissions, and for that to happen, it needs to go beyond the walls of the university. We need to make sure people understand.
You reckon the Gold Coast? I mean,
and that, and really relate to Antarctica in a way that they see that impacts their future as well.
Well, the Gold Coast is next to like the hinterlands actually. Like there's like mountains next to, but I'm not sure if that's a question. I wouldn't say by my retirement. You reckon by my retirement age, I'd probably be dead by then.
So those researchers there really saying that there's no time to waste when it comes to taking action in relation to climate change and specifically in relation to Antarctica.
Jono Gibson in Hobart there, thank you.
Oh, no. So yeah, it sucks because real estate down there is expensive on the shore. So they are the ones who will be left out. Like, sucks for you, goodbye. But it's probably they have a lot of money probably at the same time. Yeah, I don't know what I'm yapping about now. But yeah, I wonder what happens then, you know. Let's think about it. Because yeah, the Gold Coast, some parts of the Gold Coast, like especially next to the water, to the shore, they are built like some of them are built artificially. They were artificially built. There's also this island which is I think it's protected or something. But yeah, I'm just wondering, many questions now. Oh, I see. Well, they will notice. They will definitely notice if that starts to like happen all of a sudden. But yeah. How high did they say? Like, how high was it? Sorry, let me just like wipe this off. So many. They're just giving me an Oh. Sure. I'm gonna give you well, yeah, actually that's possible. Even the Philippines actually. How much more in the Philippines you reckon? Like, did they say?
It's a quiet morning in an Australian suburb. The streets are still.
Australia,
The neighborhood sleeps soundly. In a few seconds, the silence will come to an abrupt end. Armed officers will storm through family homes. Flashlights will cut through the darkness, illuminating the startled faces of criminals violently ripped from their sleep. Scenes like these will happen all across the world. A global storm is coming down on organized crime. As the sun is rising from Asia to Europe and finally to the Americas, police in 16 countries will strike. They will raid drug labs, secret warehouses, and private residences. Around 9,000 police officers will make over 800 arrests. Nearly 40 tons of drugs, along with countless weapons and millions in cash and crypto, will be seized.
Operation Trojan Shield.
Don't call me out, I know Philippines.
Entire organized crime rings will cease to
Pinoy
exist
ako,
from one minute to the next. It will be the final act
You know
of
that
Operation
that's
Trojan Shield.
Filipino. That's
The largest sting operation ever, orchestrated by the FBI and Europol.
Okay,
At
what
the heart of
color
it all
should I go for?
Is this phone.
Yeah, show it. I think I've seen this before, but it says 8 hours. Like, we are aware. Oh, okay. We are aware that a few other. Aww. Okay, we'll watch
This
it.
video
I'll
is
watch
partially
it
based
because
on the
I
book
like.
Dark Wire by Joseph Cox.
Like, yeah, they base it on a book or something. Sometimes I read some of the books they suggest.
Journalist. He went deep into the criminal underworld for his research. Due to the nature of some anonymous sources, we are
investigative journalism. What do you call this? Another one is he's kind of handsome one. He looks like a Ken, like he's a literal Ken doll. I forgot his name, but he was the one who did an investigation on fuck, I forgot. The Weinstein thing.
able to verify all the information independently. We highly recommend checking out the book.
I have a cargo ship with captain on side too.
Cool,
They want to
we found
throw
it
overload
right
as they
away.
leave.
Let's go.
When can we start?
I have a job ready as tomorrow to pick up. It's already here.
This is a real
Oh my
conversation between two drug
gosh.
traffickers, sent via an encrypted phone.
Australians.
Encrypted
Golly,
phones are very
golly.
special devices. They
Do
often
not
lack functions like
claim.
camera and GPS.
Not
and are designed
claiming.
to enable more privacy. People use these phones when they don't want to be tracked. Politicians, military, corporations, a wide range of people use privacy-focused devices. The market for these phones is massive. For obvious reasons, they are also very appealing to criminals. Encrypted phones are often modified consumer phones with additional privacy tools. Sky ECC, EncroChat, and Phantom Secure, to name a few, were big players in the crime world. Secure phones like these don't come cheap. Phantom Secure, for example, charged up to $2,000 for a 6-month subscription. This is the price you pay for absolute privacy.
Wow.
Some of these
It's a
phones
lot.
have a very handy feature.
So, he picked up the load, and I think he's been arrested and in need. There's a lot of evidence and f***ing shit on my BlackBerry. Yeah. I need that evidence gone. ASAP.
1 sec.
But the thing is, cops can't access it, right?
They can't even access that anyways, yeah?
If a phone is ever compromised, a remote wipe command known as kill switch can be activated. This kill switch wipes all the data from the phone, making it completely useless. For law enforcement,
Yeah,
this is a nightmare.
Like a brick. So the device is a brick thing. Brick. Yeah, I forgot what it's called.
Even if police manage to seize one of these devices, all potential evidence can be destroyed, remotely. Over the past few years, law enforcement has aggressively cracked down on encrypted phone companies. One by one, companies like Phantom Secure and Sky ECC were shut down, leaving behind a massive vacuum. As in any industry, a vacuum presents an opportunity, and one man seeks to seize it. It is 2018. A rather dodgy businessman has an idea. He goes by the name Afgu. Afgu is an expert when it comes to encrypted phones, selling Phantom Secure devices to criminals. He's a bit of a geek, though not much of a coder. Previously, Afgu worked alongside one of Australia's most notorious drug traffickers, Hakan Ayak. Known as the Facebook gangster, for publicly documenting his criminal lifestyle online, Ayak is deeply connected in the underworld. Observing the gap left by all those encrypted phone companies going down, Afgu hatches a plan. He wants to launch the next big encrypted phone, Anom. Anom devices are essentially off-the-shelf Google Pixel phones, modified to run a custom operating system called Arcane OS. This is where it gets interesting. At first glance, it looks like any other phone. It has apps like Tinder, Netflix, and Spotify, but when you tap them, nothing happens. They're just dummies. Anom phones come with several special features. One of them is pin scrambling. It randomly shuffles the numbers on the keypad, making it difficult for anyone nearby to figure out your passcode. The real magic is unlocked when you enter a different pin. When you unlock the phone this way, you only see these three apps: settings, the clock, and a calculator. The calculator works just like a normal one, but if you enter a special code, the heart of the device reveals itself, the Anom Messenger. It allows you to chat with an Anom user anonymously. In case things go south, the phone also has a kill switch. Anom will soon become a thriving tech startup for organized crime, and Afgu will become its CEO. But his true plan goes far beyond that.
I get this call from this lawyer I've never heard of, and who basically said, I want to meet you tomorrow.
This is Andrew Young. He works for the Department of Justice in San Diego, California. Young and his team are meeting the mysterious attorney. His client, none other than Afgu. Turns out the lawyer reached out to broker a deal. Afgu is offering his product, Anom, to the FBI. The offer: Afgu will build the next generation of privacy phones, and law enforcement will have total access. A hidden back door. The ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card for Afgu, in case he ever needed one. His personal intentions for that are not clear. Presumably, there's already a lot of dirt on them. Afgu's attorney pitches the phone to the authorities like a Silicon Valley tech demo. Andrew Young and his team quickly realize this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What could be more valuable than having control over thousands of devices designed for criminals? Young and the FBI agree to work with Afgu. But many questions remain unanswered. How should the backdoor be implemented in Anom? And how do you get criminals to start using the phones? And there is, of course, another major problem. Without evidence of a crime, spying on phones inside the US is illegal. Young is concerned the operation might not get approved by the Department of Justice. So the FBI reaches out to Australian law enforcement instead, and they seem to be stoked by the idea. With the help from the Australian Federal Police, AFP, the first Anom phones can hit the black market in Australia. The trap is set. Months go by as Afgu builds his company. The FBI remains hidden in the shadows. He hires coders from around the globe. They all work from home, completely unaware of their real employer. As CEO, Afgu collaborates closely with law enforcement. They soon manage to implement a backdoor that allows the Australian police to gather intelligence from Anom phones. The FBI is still left out. The mechanism is straightforward. When a user sends a message to another user, that message is silently copied and redirected to a third location, controlled by the authorities. The users will not notice a thing. Now, Anom just needs users. The strategy is to rely on word of mouth, just like any other product in the criminal underworld. Afgu starts handing out Anom phones to Australian criminals for free. They in turn tell others of the device, and so on and so forth. After a series of tests, the moment of truth arrives. An Australian AFP officer stares at his screen in anticipation. He can hardly believe his eyes when the first intercepted message appears. All the hard work has finally paid off. It's 2019. Anom has several hundred users. Demand is skyrocketing, and deliveries are spreading all over the country. Drug traffickers, Italian mobsters, and bike gangs, all of them are using Anom to discuss business. Meanwhile, the AFP is meticulously monitoring every message, gaining invaluable insights into criminal operations. But the FBI is still not allowed to read the messages. Young needs approval from higher ranks. After a lot of meetings and persuasion, he finally gets what he wants. His approach is somewhat dubious, though. Running servers with intercepted messages on US soil is prohibited, and Australia is legally not allowed to share their intelligence. The FBI needs another country to host the operation and pass on the information to them. Young reaches out to members of the EU, searching for a willing partner to help. Finally, Lithuania volunteers to host the FBI servers. Let's put a pin into these legal shenanigans for a moment, though. For now, Operation Trojan Shield can finally kick into high gear. This is Swedish drug trafficker Maximilian Rivkin. His nickname is Microsoft. He has scars on his knees and fingers. His right arm shows a tattoo with 3 monkeys. Don't see, don't speak, don't listen. Microsoft runs a meth lab in Sweden and is well connected in the country's underbelly. He uses EncroChat to communicate with his accomplices. In the summer of 2020, Microsoft receives a weird message. In fact, every EncroChat user receives this message at that very moment. Law enforcement in Europe is cracking down on the encrypted phone company. Microsoft is screwed and urgently needs a new, safer way to conduct his business. So he travels to Istanbul. Here he meets Hakan Ayak, the infamous Facebook gangster. Ayak is working on expanding Anam's reach and sees enormous potential in the company. The meeting leads to a new business partnership. Both men are convinced that Anam is the future of encrypted communication for criminals. Together, they set a goal: push Anam globally and become its biggest resellers. Back in Sweden, Microsoft wastes no time. He begins recruiting a network of people to help distribute Anam phones across the country. With the downfall of EncroChat, Anam grows at insane speeds. But users are skeptical. After the recent crackdown, everyone is extremely cautious. Trusting this new phone company is a huge risk. To build credibility, Microsoft tells others that Anam's founder is on the run from the FBI. If even the FBI can't crack the platform, they all should be safe. In a fairly foolish display of trust, he even sends photos of his own Swedish ID card over Anam to reassure his contacts. Meanwhile, law enforcement is watching the whole drama from a distance. FBI agents are analyzing all the messages, including those from Microsoft. Everything is unfolding just as planned. Anam spreads autonomously and self-propelled within the criminal underworld. But one day, an officer reads a series of very concerning messages. Apparently, Microsoft is planning to murder a former cafe owner in Stockholm. Convinced that the man owes him $800,000, Microsoft hires a hitman. In a group chat, the hitman suggests to disguise himself as a delivery driver, approach the target's door, and take him out on the spot. Microsoft loves this. At this point, the Swedish police realize the threat is about to become real. The police has no choice but to warn the target. The assassination fails. Anam is never mentioned as a source. It's 2021. Anam has spread at a phenomenal rate. With around 12,000 users and millions of messages sent in 45 different languages, the sheer volume of data has become overwhelming. FBI agents are sifting through countless messages from all over the world, ranging from drug deals and murder-for-hire schemes to money laundering operations, and even the occasional unsolicited pic. When lives are at risk, the police are forced to intervene. Anam, however, can never be named as a source during fieldwork, or the entire operation would be exposed. The secrecy of the operation is paramount. With every new user, this problem multiplies. Eventually, the flood of intelligence becomes too much to process. At the same time, Lithuania's court order is coming to an end. Without Lithuania, where the Anam servers are running, the FBI cannot spy on people anymore. After 4 years, Operation Trojan Shield needs to end. But when it does, it sends shockwaves through global organized crime.
Operation Trojan Shield.
Global operation. Biggest investigation and operation. Biggest criminal sting ever.
Anam users all around the world are waking up to a nightmare. Heavily armed law enforcement enters their home, somehow fully and thoroughly aware of all their illegal dealings. Later that day, the FBI comes out publicly and reveals the secret behind Anam.
For the first time, the FBI developed and operated its own hardened encrypted device company called Anam.
Law enforcement agencies across the globe celebrate their unprecedented victory.
This investigation, called Operation Trojan Shield, shined a light into the shadowy industry of hardened encrypted devices.
This is a watershed moment in Australian law enforcement history.
Operation Trojan Shield results in hundreds of arrests, the dismantling of major criminal networks, and the seizure of enormous quantities of drugs, weapons, and illicit funds. The evidence seized by the police is staggering. It feels like the ultimate triumph against organized crime. It certainly is the biggest sting operation in FBI history, probably in all of history. But as the dust settles, a harsh reality begins to emerge. This mission, hailed as a success, could potentially turn into a massive failure. To this day, over 27 million ANOM messages have been collected. Based on this intelligence, over 800 arrests have been made. But experts are growing increasingly skeptical about whether ANOM's chats will be admissible in court. That's because the evidence may have been obtained through potentially illegal means. A German court has already set a precedent, ruling that ANOM chats cannot be used as evidence in trials because they could not be physically linked to the suspects. In the case of 3 drug traffickers arrested in Germany, the court only approved physical evidence for trial, dismissing the encrypted messages gathered from ANOM. In Australia, legal uncertainty has already delayed a major trial, with the court grappling over whether the data collected through ANOM's backdoor can be used to convict suspects. If courts worldwide continue to reject ANOM chat
trying
evidence,
to do makeup
hundreds of cases could
again.
be thrown into jeopardy. Criminals who are caught red-handed through these communications could potentially walk free, despite their obvious involvement in serious crimes. Other courts declared ANOM's messages as lawfully obtained. Trials will likely go through higher instances in many cases, dragging on for
Something
years.
nice happened
It's
today.
unclear how many ANOM users will ultimately be convicted. While official press releases praise the number of murders supposedly prevented, there's a troubling silence regarding those that were not. According to Joseph Cox, at least one assassination of a Swedish man was meticulously planned in ANOM chats and executed while authorities observed in real time. As these cases become mired in legal limbo, an uncomfortable question arises. Was Operation Trojan Shield actually worth it? If key evidence is dismissed and trials are delayed or overturned, the operation's long-term impact may be far smaller than law enforcement had hoped. And there's another dilemma here, one that affects us all. It's about privacy.
Is it your weekend?
Today, almost every popular messenger is end-to-end encrypted. Preserving privacy is essential. It's a basic right. Encryption technology is not just for criminals. Journalists, human rights activists, and dissidents from authoritarian regimes rely on encrypted messaging. Privacy concerns all of us. Data abuse can affect anybody. You might instinctively want to respond that you have nothing to hide. Even if that were true, what if you lived in a totalitarian state, rather than a liberal democracy? Would that stance still hold?
Yeah, that's actually true. Then today is off. Well, that won't be long in it. That's like a season of like a show. If you like, well, if you binge watch and then poop and then pee in between and eat in between, all that shit. Sorry, let me just where's the video that the guy sent? Okay, thank God I remembered that. It's because this is open, so I remembered it.
This is the Dinglung Flywheel Energy Storage Power Station. At 30 megawatts, this is likely the biggest flywheel energy storage system on the planet. But don't let that spin you around though. While its sheer size is unrivaled, it's not alone. More and more people are turning to mechanical energy storage systems like flywheels as the solution to large-scale energy woes. So why the sudden uptick of interest in this otherwise niche mechanical energy storage device? And can a spinning wheel really compete with lithium batteries and all the other energy storage systems that are available to us? I'm Matt Farrell. Welcome to Undecided. We took a spin at this topic almost 4 years ago now, and there's been a lot of movement with flywheels since then. Now, California-based Amber Kinetics has been rolling out installations, and as I just mentioned, China has brought one of the largest systems online recently. But in case you aren't familiar, what is a flywheel? Or more accurately, what is a flywheel energy storage system, or FESS? It's essentially a mechanical battery made by combining a dual-action electric motor and a big, heavy, well, wheel. You can charge an FESS by using excess electricity to spin up the flywheel. Once it's spinning, it wants to keep spinning, meaning only a little electricity is needed to maintain its speed. Then when electrical energy is needed, the flywheel's inertia is used to turn a generator. Then the wheels spin the generator's rotor and voila, electricity. Sort of like a regenerative braking in an electric vehicle. This makes for a very efficient mechanical battery. Flywheels have a unique edge in energy storage, and that advantage becomes even clearer as we dive into their perks. But before we get into the latest breakthroughs, here's the big question. why choose a flywheel over a chemical battery? Now, understanding this is key to seeing why flywheels are really picking up speed. Flywheels are especially valuable for pairing with renewables like wind and solar, which have variable output due to shifting conditions. For example, wind turbines produce more power in high winds and none when still, leading to inconsistent power output or amplitude. A major advantage of flywheels is the rotational inertia. As heavy, fast-spinning devices, they can store and release energy quickly, stabilizing the grid during short-term power fluctuations. This inertia is crucial for grid stability, especially with renewables that don't provide constant output. While most power generation, including renewables with inverters, needs to carefully control frequency to deliver standard 60 Hz AC in the US or 50 Hz elsewhere, flywheels help with this by operating at a steady speed, minimizing conversion losses. Though flywheels can spin at extremely high speeds, up to 50,000 RPM, their mechanical inertia primarily addresses amplitude fluctuations, making them a steady partner for renewables. And the rotational speed can be adjusted during spin-up and generation modes, resulting in less energy lost to heat. Plus, their ability to charge and discharge at supercapacitor speeds makes them incredibly responsive. This quick responsiveness is invaluable for patching over grid dips and absorbing extra power during spikes. It's also handy in emergencies. Another FESS perk is its high round-trip efficiency, or RTE. That's the percentage of stored electricity that can be retrieved, and no system has a perfect RTE. Energy is always lost in the transfer between mediums, and flywheels do lose more energy over time than chemical batteries. But as long as you're not storing that energy for extended periods, a flywheel can achieve an RTE of 90 to 95%. That's better than pumped hydro or industrial scale batteries, which reach about 80%. This efficiency makes FESSs an excellent fit with renewables. Flywheels offer other advantages too. Their simplicity means they often last 30 years or more. And unlike batteries, they don't rely on chemical storage, so they can handle tens of thousands of full cycles without degradation. They also don't require rare earth metals, and the most advanced flywheels are often made from carbon fiber, which, while not cheap at around $7 per pound, has dropped significantly from $15 just a few years ago and is expected to continue falling as production becomes more widespread. At this point, you might be wondering, why aren't flywheels everywhere? If you've been wondering how a spinning wheel can store energy without eventually slowing down to a stop, wonder no more, because it can't. There's still friction between the wheel and the generator, air resistance on the wheel, and many other points where energy converts to heat. Some flywheels are built in a vacuum chamber to reduce air resistance, and others use magnetic bearings to float the wheel instead of letting it drag on the ball bearings. Even so, Newton's first law is unforgiving. Even a perfectly lubricated, magnetically levitated flywheel with literal tons of inertia in a low friction vacuum will eventually slow down. Magnetic losses from eddy currents also slow the wheel, and these losses grow with rotational speed. Without maintenance, flywheels tend to last about 15 minutes, limiting them to very short-term applications. This also means flywheels have fast self-discharge rates compared to chemical batteries, losing about 5 to 20% of their energy per hour. At that rate, stored power could be gone in under a day, so using flywheels for long-term energy storage is a no-go. Then there's the cost. Flywheels are still quite expensive despite their overall cost efficiency. Sure, you can have functional FESSs without extras like magnetic bearings, a vacuum chamber, or a high-tensile rotor. Just look at their use in the Swiss gyro bus, often cited in flywheel discussions, including my own. But for grid-scale systems, optimization is crucial, requiring specialized materials, precision machining, and price tags that reflect those demands. And surprisingly, the lowest tech part of the flywheel system is often the most expensive: the well. Flywheels are typically buried for a good reason. They're massive, heavy components spinning up to 50,000 RPM. They're practically trying to tear themselves apart. If anything goes wrong, you don't want chunks of flywheel or an entire machine flying around. With that kind of weight and speed, it's a recipe for disaster. Though it's very rare, it's still a risk that requires careful design. And while flywheels usually take up less real estate than chemical storage, the excavation alone is pricey. So flywheels are highly effective in short bursts and overall a tidy energy storage device, but they come with their fair share of limitations. That makes it a cool but niche kind of tech, so throw it back into the steampunk curiosities pile? Not so fast. Despite these challenges, flywheels are really gaining in popularity. Let's start with the record-breaking flywheel facility currently online, the 30 megawatt Dingleng Flywheel Energy Storage Power Station, or just Dingleng for short, in Changxi, China. For context, that's much smaller than the average coal power plant's capacity, but a full 10 megawatts above the previous record holder in Stephentown, New York. The Dinglong project broke ground in July of 2023 and was connected to the grid by September of 2024, a remarkably quick turnaround. It's equipped with 120 high-speed magnetic levitation flywheels grouped into sets of 10, with a total of 12 energy storage and frequency regulating units, forming an array that connects to the power grid at a voltage of 110 kilovolts. It's a lot of power. Now, this system is also pioneering a sort of half-buried style. Most of the tech is housed underground in a setup reminiscent of wells with windows, allowing Dinglong's operators to monitor the wells. The setup provides a safer, clearer view so workers can easily assess operations and spot maintenance needs. The point of the project is twofold. First, China is rapidly growing its green energy portfolio, and again, FESSs pair really well with wind and solar energy. It just patches over the energy shortfalls and intermittent zones of those technologies with ease. It acts like a buffer. That leads into Dinglong's second point. It's a pilot project. It's
What? No, it's not. No, it's not boring. I'm just like, I'm listening. I'm just doing makeup at the same time. I'm just trying to see what works for me.
still early, but if all goes well, then we could see a lot more Dinglong scale FESSs popping up around China to help all those other renewable energy facilities.
It's similar to like the turbines they use on like what do you call that, the water thing, like dams and all that shit, except like point is it's supposed to be like doesn't stop ever. But I'm not sure about the flywheel bit though. Like, are they gonna use it as storage? Is that what they're trying to do? Okay. And then they introduce this Dinglong.
FESSs
Gosh,
popping up around China
don't call
to help
me
all
out.
those other renewable energy facilities. So let's look at another record-breaking flywheel. German company Siemens provided the largest single flywheel for Moneypoint Station in Ireland. Moneypoint is Ireland's only coal plant, and with an output of 915 megawatt at its peak, it's the single largest power producer in Ireland and capable of providing 25% of the entire country's energy. Of course, these features also make it the single largest greenhouse gas emitter in Ireland. That's why the country is enacting a multi-phase plan to transition the station into a green energy hub, dubbed Green Atlantic at Moneypoint. And yes, the at symbol is part of the official title. Now, phase one of this plan is the massive flywheel. The rotor alone weighs over 130 tons. It's a big boy. And when combined with a smaller 66-ton synchronous rotor condenser, a close cousin of an FESS, they produce around 160 megawatt hours in the rotating mass, which can be tapped into on demand. With the flywheel up and rolling just days before 2023, Ireland's ESB has turned to phase two, the construction of a 1,400 megawatt offshore wind farm, which will be connected to the FESS. The following phases will revolve around turning the area into a wind turbine manufacturing hub, as well as the production and storage of green hydrogen. And that might give you some pause considering hydrogen's perennial status as in, any day now it's going to solve all of our problems kind of technology. But hey, at least they've installed 5 wind turbines capable of producing 17 megawatts, and the flywheel is up and running. Or should I say, up and spinning. So let's get back to the FESS festivities, but on a smaller scale. USS-based company Taurus just signed a deal to supply the Gardner Group, a commercial real estate firm, with nearly 26 megawatt hours of energy storage using Taurus's hybrid flywheel and battery energy storage systems, or BESS. FESS and BESS pair well because they have complementary strengths. FESS is great for short-term reactive storage, while chemical batteries handle the longer-term stuff. Taurus has also developed a proprietary software platform enabling smart energy management, demand response, and integration with renewable energy sources. Apparently, it plays well with EV charging too. It's standard smart monitoring kind of stuff perhaps, but still nice to see as we move to smarter grids and putting flywheels in more places. Taurus and Gardner Group plan to begin installations of the FESS BESS systems in Q4 of 2024, aiming for completion by Q1 2026. Now, once fully operational, these systems will be able to store and dispatch nearly 26 megawatt hours of energy, approaching Dinglong scale capacity. According to Taurus, that's enough to power nearly 1,000 homes for a full day. Now, the exact facilities that Taurus's hybrid systems will support aren't public yet. Historically, flywheels have been great for emergency power, not just for a grid, but for energy-intensive spaces like data centers or hospitals. Gardner Group manages various commercial properties from malls and offices to tech centers, and even some residential communities by the look of it. Maybe flywheels are widening their niche a little bit. We'll have to wait and see.
Flywheels. I always think about the car. What do you call that? That's another brand. Is it flywheels as well? Like the small cars with like, they're like, I forgot, like cartwheels. Well, or I'm not sure what they're called, but okay, let's play it. Sorry.
Let's end with a familiar face, California-based Amber Kinetics. We last checked in on them a few years ago when they debuted their all-steel M32 FESS. Back then, the company had recently deployed some FESS units to the West Boylston Municipal Lighting Plant as part of a solar array. As of 2023, the plant still mentions its flywheel assets, so I'm guessing they're still rolling. And in that case, no news is probably good news? At the time, Amber Kinetics was also teaming up with Chinese company Yonggao Renewables to support a 60-megawatt solar installation. As of 2024, that solar plant is still in operation, though I can find no mention of the flywheel system. That could be a language barrier, though. Since then, Amber Kinetics has expanded further, installing flywheels in Hawaii, Taiwan, the Philippines, and beyond. These aren't massive FESS installations like Moneypoint or large arrays like Dinglong, but it's impressive.
Let me guess, that's the only part of the Philippines that you heard. Did it like the whole video? The only time you heard of Philippines was that bit. Hmm? Okay, I guess. Oh, Philippines.
Impressive to see just how many places adopted Amber Kinetics flywheel tech. Amber Kinetics is also partnering with Key Energy of Sydney, Australia to install a system at a residence in Sawyers Valley, Perth. With wildfires becoming more common, the owners wanted a system that posed no fire risk, yet offered energy security, given the frequent blackouts.
I had to call you out.
Sounds like a job for a flywheel.
What can I do?
Key Energy has also developed a way to install Amber Kinetics flywheels above ground, avoiding the costly excavation. If they've truly found a cost-effective way and reliable approach, this could make FESS a lot more affordable. Amber Kinetics has also expressed interest in further expansion in the Philippines. Infrastructure is a challenge on this tropical island chain, though honestly, it's tough to maintain anywhere. In rural parts of Mindanao, the second largest island, high electricity costs and grid unreliability are
Oh yeah, actually that's true. Yeah, they don't have like good infrastructure down there compared to like in like Luzon, which is where because the center is there, so like the city center. Oh, the center.
Microgrids could make a real difference for these communities. As promising as this sounds, it's just a stated goal for now, so we'll have to wait and see if it comes to fruition. So are flywheels the ultimate solution to all our energy problems? You've watched this far, so you already know the answer, no. But they're incredibly effective for smoothing out grid fluctuations, a role that's becoming more essential as we add more renewables like wind and solar to the grid. So while flywheels may never be the star of the renewable energy storage world, they're a pragmatic supporting cast member. In the near future, I expect to see many more facilities following in the footsteps of Dinglong, Moneypoint, and others. But what do you think? Do flywheels have a spot in our energy storage arsenal? Jump in the comments and let me know. And be sure to listen to my follow-up podcast, Still to Be Determined, while I'll keep this conversation going. And thanks as always to my patrons for your continued support, and a big welcome to my new Supporter Plus member, The Nocturnist, who has a great username. Keep your mind open, stay curious, and I'll see you in the next one.
Wow. I copied it. Don't worry. Oh, see, as you can see, I should charge you to fucking do the videos. Like, I should start charging you. I'll play a video for $9 or something. And then that goes to my pocket, obviously. Duh. I'm kidding. That would go to charity. Wink, wink. That's what...
Real life. We're in real life. We were meant to be recording on a GoPro, but I left the SIM card at home. Silly me. So we're on the phone, so I'm sorry a little bit shaky. Oh yeah, we're in at the valley. It's a bit muddy, isn't it? A little bit muddy, but we are on a nice little walk in Jersey, at the valley. So today's video is 5 lies, isn't it? That shocked us about the US. This is like part 3, I think, of this series.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I watched one of them parts.
There's a lot more we can do on this, so if
you sent one of them.
It seems like you are. Let us know in the comments, smash that like button, and are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
So the first one is, I'm just going to look at my phone because this is quite a long one, guys. Is you can't get emergency medical care without health insurance.
Yeah, see, I feel like the lie in Britain is kind of, there's like rumours and stuff that will go around that if you don't have health insurance, you'll just be rejected.
Yeah, I feel like when you say, oh, I'm going to America, everyone's like, don't get sick.
Yeah, don't get sick. Yeah, I feel like the stereotype is like if you're on your deathbed, but I think there's like something will go around where the doctors are like, yeah, we ain't treating you because you ain't got insurance.
Yeah.
It's not the case, apparently. From what we've seen and read and seen in videos, it's they treat you and then you sort the insurance after.
Yeah.
Especially for emergency.
Yeah, obviously, because you can't go leave someone to die.
Exactly. You're not going to go, wait one sec, let's do the paperwork. So for emergency stuff, that's kind of what they do, isn't it?
Yeah. It is kind of silly, I guess, to think like that because we all take out insurance before we go on holiday. Like, what do we think that insurance is for?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I'm on about just even in the US, people like if you don't have insurance, they're not going to suddenly. It is quite silly to think.
Yeah, they're not going to leave you to die. I mean, you're just going to have a big bill.
Yeah.
I think it just varies, I guess, on the example. Not everyone would be. The thing is that they probably have those sort of. That's why that's actually a good thing. Like get insurance, especially if there's like a risk. Like usually they require that in visas. Like get like a travel insurance, cause yeah. Especially if the country isn't like, cause yeah, I think the United States is similar to the Philippines, except like it's actually really bad in the Philippines where they actually reject you. You know, they reject you if you don't have money. That's fucked up. Sorry, let me just continue it.
Yeah, which unfortunately will be a big bill.
They obviously, I don't think they probably can just leave you to die. I think that would be.
It's quite immoral, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that would be. I don't think they'd be allowed to do that.
But that is definitely something which I think is fought, not by everyone in the UK, but let us know if you're from the UK. Have you heard that one? Do you believe that one? And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Again, sorry about the shaky camera. It'll be fixed in future videos.
But let's be like real. Like, how much does it cost? Like, say if you got like, like the common case of sickness, like the common cold, and you need to go to like a doctor. How much does it cost to go to a doctor? And like get a prescription and all that shit. Like I'm sure it's not like it's probably money, but most of the cases like it's like that. Sorry, let me just finish this up and then okay, let me just without insurance. Oh, that's still a lot of money though. Yeah, oh my god. You know what? When I came to Australia, I didn't have Medicare. So Medicare is similar to yours. Like Medicare is like the national health scheme thing. I didn't have Medicare. So I had to pay like private prices, and they were like really, really expensive. Yeah, you wouldn't. So 400, wow, that's insane then. That's insane. Okay, let me continue.
All American.
$400 is a lot.
Yeah.
And that is
backwards caps.
That is backwards caps.
Sports
And I hope
tops,
public hospitals are
and,
free.
Like chunky trainers.
Yeah, chunky trainers. It is such a mad stereotype because I think if you do a little bit of research for probably half a second, you realise how that isn't true.
Yeah, everyone is different. And also I think this is a big one in terms of like everyone is different. There's so many different cultures. We're not just talking about your standard
American.
Yeah. There's so many cultures and people that all look different, speak different languages that make up America.
That
yeah,
is
which
true.
is awesome, and that's part of it, isn't it? And like I say, we personally didn't realise how many different cultures there were in America, and they're like what influences the food and stuff like that as well.
But, yeah, so many different cultures that make up America, which I feel like, if you just had your standard hamburger, which don't get me wrong is great.
Yeah, it is good.
It is, but look at Texas barbecue, look at Tex-Mex. All these different things that bring
San
it in.
Antonio, like when
just
we were
makes
there,
America more powerful, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely. The Mexican culture we had in San Antonio.
Just makes America untouchable.
$28 out of pocket.
So the next one is that all Americans are bad at geography.
Yeah, this is not true.
It is not true. I feel like obviously America is a big country.
Yeah.
So some people probably don't know much about outside of America, and I don't blame you because there's a lot to learn about your own country first.
Lots to learn, and there's so much awesome stuff.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Obviously.
But then again, you can learn them all at the same time. Like if you hear it, then you ask more about it, so you remember them. Oh my gosh. Usually what I do is I link something to a country, you know. That's how I remember shit.
We come from a small island, you guys know that. We've been to New York and I think, was it maybe in California we mentioned Jersey?
Yeah.
People knew where it was. And like not just saying it like, oh yeah, like, you know, they were like, oh, the place where Jersey cows are.
Yeah, it's quite a popular one, isn't it, the Jersey cows?
Yeah, and I kind of like, I would be a bit like, oh, you don't know where England is. But to know where Jersey is,
yeah, like,
sorry, there's so many flies on my
even
face.
People in England don't know where Jersey is at times.
Yeah.
Not everyone. Like before I moved to Jersey, yes, I was only 16.
You probably didn't know.
I didn't know Jersey existed.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So not everyone in
I've just been
England
living here and James
it.
not been knowing.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. But honestly, it's a stereotype that you're focused on your own country, which is fair enough. But you don't care about other countries and stuff like that. Is the stereotype. Completely not true. People in the UK won't know the geography very well. People in the US won't know the geography very well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's a difference.
No, I wouldn't.
And as part of the video, because people want us to start showing Jersey.
I look sick on the camera.
Oh, we're on a nice little bridge, aren't we?
It's so pretty, yeah.
Little bridge.
Nothing changed.
Like that there.
That's me.
That's you. And but yeah, so I'd say geography level skills are up there, and surprisingly, Americans do know a lot about geography.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising, I think, like to other Brits. I feel like we know.
Yeah, exactly. We know
Doesn't
now.
surprise us anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah.
The next one is, I think it's stereotypes from like movies and stuff like that.
United States is like back then United States was like it was a place where everyone went to, you know, right? Like I think if anyone is, I'm not American, but as far as I'm concerned, like yeah, like the point of the United States was like to be able to get like how like the work and all that shit, like freedom and all that crap. I don't know, like basically your ability to like make it out there, growth, economic, personal growth, find a blah blah blah. I don't know.
And I feel like this is, so say it and then I'll ramble.
But I think there's a little bit of a water thing going over, so sorry about the noise. But this is one where all Americans are apparently rich, which again I think is from American suburbs and stuff like which you see on movies. Know it's not true.
Yeah, I think this also ties in with definitely American movies, but I think the whole idea that America is like Hollywood, the whole of America.
Yeah, definitely.
Like I feel like a lot of the movies are based in Hollywood, California, you know, driving along the coast, things like that, and I feel like that's kind of, I mean, not everyone in California is rich.
Yeah, not everyone in California is rich. And like we had the pleasure of meeting Ron and stuff like that, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying, but he's not rich.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely like a stereotype.
We would decide which way to go. And there will be struggles for people in California and all over. Yep. It's the same in the UK as well.
Yep, definitely.
I say we're nowhere near rich.
Nope.
I wish we were, but
there's definitely rich people, but there's people in between that are just living.
And you just don't really see that side of it as much on movies, which makes sense because it's a movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a short one, but a true one, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Most of America would be like that.
Everybody is a cowboy in the American
South.
South.
This is a funny one.
So don't get me wrong, I feel like in Texas there was a lot of cowboy hats.
A lot of cowboy hats, yeah.
Also a lot of no hats.
Yeah, but I feel like this is a moody one. Where it's just the South is the really strong accent. No cities, farmyard, and a cowboy.
Everyone's riding horses to get to school in.
Which is completely wrong and not accurate. Oh yes, there may be some cowboys there.
Yeah.
But
that's movies again, isn't it? That's the movie culture. It's it projects this thing, and then all us Brits, because we don't know your day-to-day life, we're all like, oh my god.
Yeah, like you think your typical southern person is like a cowboy, is what you think from that. But obviously we know that's not the case, and we met some awesome southern people, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I thought cowboys was just a Wild West thing.
Definitely not a cowboy.
No, they didn't come in riding their horses.
Yeah, no. Well, maybe they were hopping on the horse after they saw us.
Probably a pickup truck.
Oh no, this is too late.
But yeah, no, absolutely awesome people in the South, aren't they?
Yeah.
But that was just a funny one we wanted to add in because it definitely is a stereotype.
It also is true, yeah.
What am I doing?
Yeah, that's what I mean. People really do think that. It's a lie which has come over and people think that. But again, let us know what you guys think of that in the comments below. Hope you have enjoyed this video.
Yep.
If they have, what should we do?
Oh wait, that's not my ending, is it?
No, no, you're ending.
How about the guns? They didn't say anything about the guns. That's one. I hope that's a lie. You know, is that a lie? Like, is it a lie that all Americans have guns? Right? It's a lie, right? I'm sure not all Americans have guns. In like, I keep saying the because that's one thing that, like, you know, people talk about. Sorry. And I forgot. There's more. There's more things to talk about. There's more. See. See. So you love the ratatata after all. Well, I no judgment. No judgment. You use your ratatata whenever you. Ooh. Nice. But so you found free guns. That's cool. That's like a game, you know? Like, oh, free guns. Mine. But don't shoot anyone with it. Like, I beg you, please don't. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just wiping off my makeup because I'm trying to learn how to do makeup, but I'm too lazy to do it now. Like, I feel like I'm just like, you know, I'm just failing whenever I try to put it on. So I might as well not, you know. Might as well never try. Just kidding. Ah. Black powder, muzzle loader. Yeah, I'm not really like knowledgeable on guns, you know. TBH. But yeah, I do notice that there's a group of people here as well. And they obviously have like within them like categories. Like some people just like the sniper ones, some people just wants the pistol, the handheld ones, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about now. Oh, do you guys know this? Apparently they think he's dead. I hope this is not copyright.
Trying to get used to Filipino lifestyle. It's crazy.
An American vlogger who decided
Filipino lifestyle, how dare you? Oh my god. Yeah, it's a lot. That sounds like a lot of work. That's cool though. You should keep that. That sounds historical. Like, is it gonna be like, you should keep that. Keep that.
to document his move to the Philippines.
And first of all, like, that's not what most Filipinos live. Like, that's not how most Filipinos, like, that's not the lifestyle. Fucking bitch asshole. Like, oh my god. My golly.
Reportedly was kidnapped in one of the country's most dangerous regions, and now, according to authorities, he is believed to be dead. We're digging into how an honest attempt to make it in a new place turned into a tragedy. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Elliot Eastman, a 26-year-old man from Vermont, was likely killed by kidnappers when he was abducted from his home in the southern part of the Philippines back in October. That was the announcement from the Philippine National Police after weeks of searching for this missing expat. Now, Eastman had been living in the Philippines since May. He had married a local woman named Carisha, and it appears, based on his live streams, that he had opened a small grocery business at his home in the coastal town of Cebuco. Eastman documented his
sucks that he didn't bring a gun with him.
New life in these live streams and videos on YouTube and Facebook, sometimes including Carisha. And in the description for one of those videos, he wrote that he was the first and only foreigner to have ever lived in Cebuco for an extended period of time. But here's the thing. As time passed on, Eastman he seemed to get a little bit more wary of his surroundings and often mentioned kidnappings as a potential danger.
And if it comes to the point where it's like,
all of a sudden I'm kidnapped and something's gonna happen to me,
You said it.
I'm gonna ask myself, I don't know.
Now, Carisha's family apparently lived in that same area, and back in August, based on what was said on the live streams, there was reportedly some drama involving Carisha's sister and her apparent decision to actually take down one of the pieces of plywood that it made up a wall of their home and store, which, as you can imagine, what happened, it led to money being stolen from the store. And during one of his live streams, Eastman talked about this theft with someone who wasn't identified, but sounded like they could be someone who lived in the neighborhood.
We got robbed last night. What? Yeah, our store. I think maybe somebody climbed through here because we left our money here from our store. So I think either somebody came through here or they came through the door. I don't really know, but we were missing like 300. Last night? Yeah. Yeah.
As you just heard, he tells this person that 300 pesos were stolen. That's not a lot in U.S. currency. It's only about, what, $5?
Yeah.
But it is significant in an impoverished country like that. And a question that has to be asked with what we're talking about right now is, was Eastman careful when it came to protecting his money or staying quiet about how much he might have at any given time? Now, as part of his live streams, Eastman often answered questions from people in the chat. And when one person mentioned wanting to move to the Philippines and also start a business, Eastman says if he could do it all over again, he might have done it differently.
Being here, and especially this is a new culture and everything, there's so many things that I'm running into the way with, like the bathroom smells like so bad. Like nobody smells like so bad. Right? So that's one thing. The other thing, though, the roof is leaking, getting all over my investment, getting all my things wet. The other day, my inverter just broke. That cost $100, so that's broken now. And then last night, somebody stole our money from our store. And now these waves are huge coming in. Like, if these waves get super huge, maybe they're gonna come up here and splash up on this Wi-Fi. We don't really know, but
they might. Climate change.
And a month later, in September, Eastman admitted that he wasn't feeling very comfortable in the area.
I feel like I've been staying in this area for so long to the point where I don't even know if people like me anymore. Maybe they want bad things to happen to me now. It's like, that's how I'm starting to think. So it's like, it's really not good. I don't really know, like, what would happen if somebody did come try to come here and kidnap me, right? Would the neighbors help me, or would they just sit there and watch? Because it's gotten to the point where I've been here for so long that people are, like, have become normalized for me in this area, and especially the family I'm living with, and I just don't know. Like, I get mixed feelings, you know, so it's kind of where that's how I feel. So it's not good.
You know what makes
Yeah,
it
I think
so
I saw
weird?
that one.
It was just a few weeks after that, on October 17th.
That's
that
his last
Eastman
video, I think.
Went live for the last time on his YouTube page. And if you look at the video, he looks, in my opinion, very uneasy. He sits in silence for more than 5 minutes at the beginning of the stream, just sitting in a darkened room, eating fruit, spitting out the seeds. And eventually, someone from Australia starts watching and messages Eastman through the chat. And when that person asks for his thoughts on the Philippines, Eastman hesitates, but says there's some parts he likes, other parts he doesn't.
I'm just getting tired of, like, being around all the same people.
Eastman logged off after about 20 minutes. And the very next night, according to what national police told the New York Times, Eastman's father-in-law told police that 4 men wearing black clothing and face coverings, they forced their way into Eastman's house. And it has been reported that the men may have been trying to disguise themselves as police officers. According to this father-in-law, Eastman resisted. He tried to run away, but he was shot in the leg with a rifle. The men then allegedly dragged him to a white boat and headed out to sea, and he hasn't been seen since. During their investigation, the national police told the New York Times that they spoke to a relative of one of the suspects who revealed that actually Eastman had been shot twice, once in the leg, once in the torso. When the alleged kidnappers got to the boat, they realized Eastman had died. Now, because Eastman's body has never been found, police say it's difficult to prove whether what the witness is saying is true or not. There had been hope that perhaps Eastman was, being held somewhere, maybe for ransom. The FBI has even reportedly joined the search for him. This is according to outlets like The Sun. But then a few weeks after the abduction, police got into a shootout with multiple suspects. Authorities say 3 suspects were killed. Eventually, one suspect has been taken into custody. That's based on reporting. And this person reportedly corroborated what that witness had told police, saying that one of the men dumped Eastman overboard. A lieutenant colonel of the National Police told the Associated Press, "We are constrained to believe that he has died. All of the information that we have points to that." And according to the Daily Mail, a former mayor of the region told reporters that the kidnappers may have targeted Eastman because they believed him to be a rich American with lots of money. They may have also resented a foreigner living with a local Muslim woman, meaning his wife. And by the way, the suspect who's in custody apparently gave a sworn statement. It was handed over to prosecutors. And the police say Eastman's family back in the United States, they were notified of the 26-year-old's likely death by the U.S. Embassy. I want to talk about this more, and I want to bring on Tom Smith, retired NYPD detective. Tom, thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. What do you make of local police making a public statement like this, that this young man is feared dead, and to make that announcement without the body is pretty significant, no?
It is, but when you have so much evidence and witness statements, and maybe one of the kidnappers that was involved in this giving us a sworn statement as well, you come to a logical conclusion of his death, and you owe it to the family of this young man to give them the information of his possible death. And it's sad and it's tragic, especially living overseas, you run the risk of resentment, like you said, with his wife and other things. No matter what your status is in the United States, when you're in a foreign country, especially one like this, you're perceived as rich, no matter what your status is in the United States. And I think they fed off that. And that was the motive of this kidnapping.
As I mentioned, based on the reporting from The Sun, for example, they're saying FBI agents went there now to investigate. What role does the FBI play in this?
Well, they can lead that investigation because it's a U.S. citizen. And we have the responsibility, or the FBI has the responsibility of taking care of U.S. citizens, even on foreign soil. So they can run the investigation through the U.S. Embassy in that area.
Can they take any sort of action?
Sure. Oh, yeah. You can develop a case. It would probably be on the West Coast. Maybe the LA office might be running that in conjunction with U.S. Embassy. And whatever that United States Attorney's Office is in that area could open an investigation on this, especially that you have one person in custody. If you can really prove that that individual was part of this kidnapping, he can certainly be charged in the United States.
Can U.S. resources be used to potentially find Eastman's body? For example, if this story is true, and we hope that it's not, but if it's true and he was dumped in the water, can the Philippines accept U.S. resources, dive teams, things of that nature?
Yeah, they could, but you're talking about the South Pacific, and a number of months ago, the chances of finding him in that area are really, really very slim.
If this is true, if the attack and kidnapping went down like the way that I described, based on this reporting, what does it tell you about the suspects, the players, their training? Because the New York Post has come out and said that the suspects appeared to be common criminals who didn't belong to any Muslim rebel groups, which have been accused of ransom kidnappings in the past. So it makes me wonder, what is the level of experience, training to do something like this?
Yeah, when you're in such a lawless area like that, and the crime is extremely high, as is being reported, Abu Sayyaf is a major terrorist organization in that area. They may not have been directly involved, but could they train other people to do certain things and then take a cut of criminal activity? Sure, that could happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm sure will have to be explored about it. I thought what was interesting is this shootout, right? There is and correct me if I'm wrong, that is not something law enforcement wants to get into. Obviously, A, for the risk, but B, from an investigative point of view, if 3 people are killed who might have information, that is a loss to them, right?
Oh, most definitely, because, that's your information, and that's your possible, listen, without a body, like you mentioned, Jesse, you always hold off hope. You have that 0.1% chance that he still might be alive. So to gather information from possible perpetrators is really important. And like you said, no one wants to get in a shooting, much less take out the possible kidnappers that can provide all the information about this.
What would be some signs to indicate to you that this story is not true? that, for example, he might have gotten shot, but he wasn't dumped in the river, dumped in the water, or that there might be more to the story? What would be some things you'd be looking out for?
Well, the first thing I thought of was usually with the kidnapping, especially if the perpetrators think this person comes from money, you're going to get a ransom demand immediately. That's going to be the very first thing, because this isn't somewhat violent driven, it's money driven. So the more you wait, the more you don't get your money. So you want to start those communications and that conversation pretty quickly after you grab someone for a kidnapping. So being that that didn't happen, even to this day, I understand the bad guys are dead and you have one in custody, but those communications never happened.
We still don't know exactly what happened, why it happened, but there is a question of, was he sharing too much on social media? And again, we don't know what's happening, but your thoughts on that. I played videos for you of some of his thoughts and some of the things he was saying to the world.
Yeah, the
if
stream.
he really was kidnapped and killed, we don't know if the perpetrators had seen his social media or not, but it is a question I think you have to ask, right?
100%. I was actually thinking the same thing while I was watching the videos. The resentment can become very high level. Who do you think you are? You're a visitor. You're not from here. And now all of a sudden you think you're a superstar on social media. That can certainly play a part in this.
I'm sorry.
The more and more people know where you are and what you're doing, the more attention you're going to bring.
The way the dude is like portraying him, like, yeah, I'm a superstar and all that shit. Because yeah, actually, like, there are people like that's why they say the passport bros and all that shit. Like that, like they have the idea of like, oh, I'm white. And actually, Filipinos are like that as well. Like Koreans, for example, like, even though they don't really know the dude, as long as he's fucking singing a random Korean song or something, it's like we think they're fucking PBH.
Bring to yourself. And when you're in a foreign land, in a crime-riddled area, those dangers become more prevalent.
Do you think that the fact that his store, there were items that were stolen from his store, he talked about it, or 300 pesos was taken, do you think that's somehow connected to what happened to him? Because again, I find it so eerie that on that video, he's talking about his store getting robbed, and then he basically is like, I don't know what's going to happen if I were to get kidnapped. It's just so chilling, and it makes me wonder, is any of this maybe possibly connected?
Oh, it could be, sure. You could have, everyone's focused on just the word kidnappers. They could just be common criminals that broke into that store hoping to get money, didn't get enough, and then just escalated the crime to a kidnapping, thinking that this American would have more money in that area, in the store.
By the way, are kidnappings prevalent in that area?
Sure. Oh, yeah. Abu Sayyaf is very heavy, or was when I was in JTTF, into kidnapping. And a lot of terrorist organizations are, because it generates their funds. It generates money for their organizations.
In other words, people pay the ransom.
Oh, certainly. Absolutely.
And how does that work? Do they ever return the person over?
The ones that I have known about, they work out most of the time, but a lot of times they're not high-profile grabs, and a lot of times they're not documented terrorist organizations. They're kind of splinter groups that associate with them in order to pull these off. But there are organizations that are heavy into kidnappings, for sure.
Just a really, really unfortunate situation. Look, I hope the police are wrong. Okay, I hope that the signs point to him being alive and that there was a mistake here, or that there's misinformation being given, but we just don't know. And as you said, it's chilling to say we may not know what happened, and we may not
never
his
know.
Body. It's a really, really sad situation, and eerie looking at his last live streams about this. Tom Smith, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
It's not wrong.
It was a pleasure, Jesse. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
I think this is copyrighted, so, but, yeah. I was just thinking, like, yeah, like what they were saying a while ago with the diving, but yeah, it's actually like, I think that area, like once you go further, you'll be on the deepest part of like Mariana Trench. I think you're kind of near Mariana Trench at that point, and that's the deepest part of like, yeah. Oh, oh, it's showing the map here, South China. Oh no, actually, no, actually, this is where it goes. So no, I'm wrong. South China Sea. Oh, I wonder how that goes then. And yeah, they don't have as good of an infrastructure this bit. So yeah, unfortunately, it is like actually like a no-no zone to travel down Mindanao. That's the specific area. Even Visayas, it's not safe because they don't have that much of like forces and all that stuff to defend against third party actors, basically. Ooh.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I...
Oh yeah, have you guys heard of that, the CEO killer that people are celebrating on social media? That's so weird. So uncanny and so weird. And it's very valid for people to feel upset but about like their experiences with this company, but still feels wrong for them to be hating on the person. Sorry, let me just
offer
play
an
it.
update on the case of Brian Thompson. I'll look at the background of this case, provide an updated timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. On December 4, 2024, the CEO of United Healthcare, 50-year-old Brian Thompson, was shot and killed on a sidewalk outside the New York Hilton Midtown in Manhattan. Brian had been walking from the Marriott, where he was staying, to the Hilton Hotel for an annual investors meeting when he was attacked by a lone assailant. The perpetrator used a 9mm pistol and fled the scene immediately. Here is an updated timeline of the crime, including information on the perpetrator's movements before and after the shooting. On November 24, 2024, at 10:11 p.m., the perpetrator arrived at the Port Authority bus terminal at 42nd Street and 8th Avenue in New York City. He was on a Greyhound bus running a route which started in Atlanta and made 7 stops on the way to New York City. It's not clear where the perpetrator boarded the bus. It may have been in Atlanta or could have been in one of the other stops. After his arrival, the suspect took a taxi to the New York Hilton Midtown, which is on the corner of West 54th Street and 6th Avenue. He spent about a half hour walking in the area before taking a taxi to a hostel at West 103rd Street and Amsterdam Avenue. Using a fake New Jersey identification and paying in cash, he rented a room. He was captured on video smiling at a woman who worked at the front desk of the hostel. This is the only time he lowered his mask. While he was there, he concealed his face even during meals and did not engage in conversation. The perpetrator checked out of the hostel on Friday, November 29, but this was an administrative checkout because he did not report to a designated location by a specific time. The suspect checked back into the hostel on November 30. On December 4, 2024, the killer departed the hostel at 5:30 a.m. and arrived at the Hilton Midtown at 5:41 a.m. The police believe he used an electric bicycle to make this trip. At 6:15 a.m., the perpetrator was captured on video surveillance leaving the 57th Street F train station. He then entered a Starbucks on the corner of West 56th Street and 6th Avenue. At 6:17 a.m., he purchased a water bottle and energy bars. At 6:19 a.m., the perpetrator was captured on video stopping by a pile of trash. At 6:30 a.m., the suspect could be seen talking on a phone as he walked. This supports the idea that some type of conspiracy is involved in this murder. At 6:39 a.m., he arrived at Hilton Midtown. 6 minutes later, at 6:45 a.m., using a 9mm pistol with a suppressor, the assailant shot and killed Brian Thompson
Oh, Daryl, there's the gun from
on
the
West
behind.
54th Street, right next to the Hilton Midtown. The killer waited until Brian walked by and moved out from behind a vehicle to take the shots. After the shooting, the perpetrator crossed the street, took an alley north to West 55th Street, and made a right. He climbed on an electric bicycle and then made a left on 6th Avenue, taking it north toward Central Park. At 6:48 a.m., the perpetrator entered Central Park on Center Drive, still on the electric bicycle. 8 minutes later, at 6:56 a.m., the killer exited Central Park on West 77th Street. 2 minutes later, he was seen on the bicycle at 85th Street and Columbus Avenue. At 7 a.m., the suspect was spotted walking on 86th Street. He no longer had the electric bicycle. At 7:04 a.m., he entered a taxi on 86th Street
He got
and
nice
Amsterdam
eyebrows.
Avenue. The killer
Well
took the
shaped.
taxi to the George Washington Bridge bus station on West 178th Street and Broadway. This station is operated by the Port Authority, and there are interstate buses there. The assailant was captured on video entering at 7:30 a.m., but he never came back out. The police believe that he took a bus bound for Atlanta. Here is the physical evidence that was recovered during the investigation. At the scene of the shooting, investigators found 3 intact 9mm cartridges and 3 spent cases. The cases had the words deny, defend, and depose written on them. This is similar to a common phrase associated with insurance companies: delay, deny, defend. A cell phone and a water bottle were found in the alley between West 54th Street and West 55th Street. The police believe these 2 items belonged to the killer. Investigators said they recovered DNA left by the suspect, but they have not indicated where it was taken from. 2 days after the shooting, on December 6, 2024, a backpack believed to be the killer's was found in Central Park. It contained a jacket and Monopoly money. The electric bicycle used by the killer was never found. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. In the days after the murder of Brian Thompson, it appeared as though the police were making substantial progress in finding his killer. There was plenty of evidence recovered, like video surveillance, DNA, a cell phone, a water bottle, cartridges, spent cases. They discovered how he traveled to and from New York City. They tracked down where he stayed, and his backpack was recovered. Just about all the killer's movements in New York City are known by investigators. Despite this, at the time I'm making this video, the killer has not been arrested. Brian Thompson's killer made a lot of mistakes. However, he was surprisingly cautious at other points during his homicidal adventure. I think it's likely that the authorities will arrest him. If they do not, the murder of Brian Thompson will become one of the greatest mysteries of all time in the world of true crime, one that surpasses other notorious true crime mysteries like Madeleine McCann, JonBenet Ramsey, and the Zodiac Killer, as well as lesser-known mysteries like the murders of Lindsay Buziak and Elizabeth Barraza. Item number 2, a theme that has emerged from this case is how people are very upset with United Healthcare. The company has been accused of denying legitimate claims. Brian Thompson, of course, was not only a part of that machine, he was in charge. At the time of his death, Brian was under investigation by the Department of Justice. He was not a sympathetic murder victim. Some people have been mortified by the reaction that many people had to Brian's death, believing the response to be insensitive. Some have even said this is an example of schadenfreude, experiencing joy due to the misfortune of others. I don't think it's so much schadenfreude as a differential in empathy. Most people recognize that it's wrong to commit murder. It's not that they don't empathize with Brian. Rather, they believe Brian's victims deserve more empathy than he does. Through a terrible and illegal act, the killer exposed the treachery of the health insurance industry. He touched on the extreme level of frustration that exists. The message in this situation is clear. Companies should not make massive profits by causing pain. Society views this as unacceptable and wrong. This brings me to item number 3. Brian Thompson earned a salary of $10 million a year, which represented just part of his compensation package. There are not too many jobs that pay that well. In addition to C-level officers, one might see an income like that for entertainment industry stars, professional athletes, or
yeah, but they only receive that like a lump sum, like once. Like their paycheck is probably paying for their expenses.
Small number of social media influencers. $10 million a year is a staggering amount of money. The average American will not even make 20% of that over their entire lifetime. Breaking down this salary, we see that $10 million a year is about $27,000 a day, $1,100 per hour, and $19 a minute. Brian made $19 a minute for every single minute, when many people don't make $19 an hour for a 40-hour work week. Is any C-level officer worth this much money? During my time as a counselor educator, I have interacted with my fair share of C-level officers. Counselor education PhDs are known for focusing on clinical practice, like diagnosing and treating mental disorders, as well as conducting research. But career counseling is also an area of interest. It connects back to the very early days of the profession, like the early 1900s, before an emphasis on mental disorders became dominant. In my experience evaluating C-level career paths and their keys to success, I have found that the gift that many high-paid C-level officers possess has nothing to do with talent. Rather, they have a strong network of wealthy and powerful people. As far as actual management ability, they are usually not superior to VPs or mid-level managers. Typically,
it's just the amount of money, potential money they could bring to the company. That's
getting a job as a CEO or a similar position is more about who a person knows than what they know. I've also noticed that many C-level officers come to believe in their own specialness. They don't attribute any of their success to luck. Rather, they believe they earn a lot of money because they deserve it. Every penny they get should be coming their way. It is completely warranted through their performance. In a sense, they are experiencing denial, just like many people who use substances. Their denial of their ordinary status leads to denial in other areas. Eventually, a C-level officer may believe they are exempt from the laws of morality. Their mission becomes almost mystical in nature. Building value for the shareholders is worth any sacrifice. It is the highest pursuit a human being can make. Maybe that's what happened in the case of Brian Thompson. He became so self-absorbed and fascinated by his own power, he forgot about the people he was harming. Brian was shot to death while excitedly walking to a meeting where he was going to announce how United Healthcare was projected to earn $450 billion in the upcoming year.
Wow.
I would be surprised if the company experienced any difficulty in finding a replacement to complete this task. That's my update on the case of Brian Thompson. Thank you so much for watching.
So there's one thing I noticed. I noticed that yeah, there's a vigilante, like this is a group. It's possibly a group of people. I have a feeling it's like a group of people who are like, they're probably angry. They're probably angry about it. But yeah, they're working together. They're working together. That's really like wow. Cause yeah, I've seen this, but I've never really like bothered like looking into it. But I do see the posts like that people talk about like their families. That's really terrible, you know. That's why insurance shouldn't like exist. Like I would say poopy on this stream one time. Poopy, poopy, poopy. But yeah, terrible, terrible, terrible world we're living in. No wonder I want to die, you know. It just sucks for all of us. What's reality? I'm just looking for other shit.
Just before midnight on May 31st, 2022, officers from the Milwaukee Police Department in Wisconsin were dispatched to a potential shooting that took place in a residential part of the city.
For the update here, caller heard a female yell, "I've been shot." The caller did hear about 15 shots, possibly from 2 different guns. It is possibly coming from Long Island and Custer.
Would that be something if it's a chick from before?
DC did advise MSD of the shooting. We have 2 entered on the board. I'm going to dupe them all together eventually. I just want them to continue entering the information before I dupe them.
Red light. My bad. Clear, right?
So we got a crowd of people out here. Looks like people are hurt.
Pull up next one. I got
He's 0.
Y'all need to call the ambulance. Yeah, we got him.
I need you to move so we can do CPR. Hold on. I need you to step off this side so we can do CPR.
Alright, we got one black female from the way.
She's breathing. She's shot too. We need help.
What happened? Is she okay?
Someone let off.
I don't know, bro. Where's the ambulance? They're coming. Where is they at, bro? She got shot in the leg.
Yes.
She's conscious and breathing.
Yes, but she's been shot.
Yeah, we got someone working. We know who shot you.
We have another black female, not conscious, not breathing.
Ma'am, can you do me a favor? They've got to work on both sides.
Yeah,
So you got to step back for me, okay? So they can keep working on it.
Ma'am, can you please move faster? What the f*** you mean? Can I move faster? I'm trying to save her, okay? I get it.
Young.
We also have a vehicle involved. Multiple bullet strikes to it. It's going to be a TSO break.
Was anybody out here when this happened? Did they see anything?
Oh, bro, I didn't see shit.
I
You see what happened?
We're just trying to surprise my friend.
So you were coming to surprise a friend?
I got you for sure.
Yes, he just got out of jail.
Were we just talking earlier?
I know, baby.
Is this what happened earlier?
No, this just happened.
No, but is this...
Everybody just out minding their own business. Nothing was going on.
We didn't know what before, that's why.
Yeah, that's why.
I'm responsive, been doing CPR since we got here.
Taji, you have to calm down.
All we doing was coming to see Fredo.
Yeah, 2 victims, 1 community.
We were trying to show our Jigga. She's shot in the right upper chest.
That's her sister.
Jigga.
Dealt with her earlier.
Ma'am. First name?
Yes.
What's her first name?
Camiana.
So far, officers learned that the girls were driving a gray Kia Soul when they were suddenly shot at. 3 girls are known to be in the car at the time. One is Camiona, the girl medics are trying to stabilize. One is Tajiana, who has been shot in the leg or lower back area. The third is a girl referred to as Giga, who has apparently walked off scene, or at least out of earshot and visuals of the body cameras we have access to. It is unknown at the time if she has any injuries. Officers are also not aware yet that Giga was a passenger in the vehicle, but they will discover this later on. The girls were apparently on their way to meet an individual named Fredo, an ex-boyfriend of Giga's who had just been released from jail. Giga seems to be living out in Arizona, so Fredo seeing her would be a bit of a surprise. Additionally, officers have been noting that another individual who they believe is Camiona's sister, Sierra, is also on scene.
I'm gonna find the sister. The sister's the one that we dealt with earlier.
I just saw it right now. I said, we was talking to you then. You said nothing happened. We was trying to talk to you. You said no.
Officers at the time do not realize that Sierra is not literally Camiona's sister, but is at least very familiar with her as Camiona is dating Sierra's apparent younger brother, Omarion. Officers' suspicions of Sierra appear to grow as they note she called for emergency services earlier the same day. It's later on that the shooting took place just outside of Sierra's residence, where she, her brother Omarion, and others call home. The male civilian on scene, who exclaimed Camiona was shot, appears to be Sierra's boyfriend, though this is not confirmed through our available sources. And so the question becomes, who is responsible for firing at the 3 girls in the car?
Shots came from this way. There's bullet holes in the windshield and stuff.
Where do we have these at?
There's one in her right collarbone.
There might be one on the side of her head.
No balls.
No. Everybody start pushing them back, away from the scene. Well, she was out here. I came running after her.
Thanks for your help,
I didn't mean to grab you.
They got to work on it.
You got gloves.
We're gonna do Okay. 4474 00.
Can you please use the
We will. And that's a friend's auntie's car. So who's driving that?
My friend.
Who was in the street?
Yeah.
We're estimating one loss. We dealt with CR earlier tonight, and there's possibly shots fired. You don't know much about her.
I really hope she didn't.
So
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. We friends with them.
So
when I was
do you know if her boyfriend's violent or anything like that? You don't know.
He just graduated high school. She used to talk to the boy that just got out of jail. We wanted to surprise him. I had a gut feeling. I said it before we even got shot. We do not need to be on this block. If something's gonna happen, and all I see is this little silver car. Silver car. I see them flick their lights. Crazy for the pull over and start shooting.
The silver car does?
Yes, they quickly pull it off.
No pulse there. Nope.
They only put the gun through the window.
11:20 p.m. 2420 p.m. What's the time with that 11:20 p.m.?
Let me get some blankets. We'll
They're being shoots right now. Somebody seen something.
Okay, yeah.
Somebody had to. They always outside.
4213. Anyone have red tape?
We's not them type of females.
No.
My friend,
Not
she's in
saying,
college.
but we just gotta.
I'm graduating high
Okay,
school.
where do you go to high school?
My boyfriend, that was my, I don't know if you seen them. They all in the house. They come outside.
No
they
one's-
running. I graduate. I'm gonna be in the hospital. I'm not gonna be able to.
You graduate to when?
Friday.
No, you should be good. It's just a leg. When MFD's like sitting back, that's a good sign.
Okay.
What's the single gunshot wound to the chest here, Alyssa?
Yes. Will she be going to that same hospital?
I'm not sure. Yeah. What's the friend's name that just got out of prison? Fredo? You don't know much about him?
No. I'm so sorry. I think I don't give any information.
Get real tired of this. My fourth dead kid this month. Where'd she get?
Right here. Do you remember that non-shooting from earlier? This is her sister.
So this might have been
Related, but she didn't want to tell us anything.
Suspect description is going to be two subjects, unknown race or sex, operating a silver vehicle, heavy tint. Victims pull up, subjects exit the vehicle, discharge firearm at vehicle striking victims, and fled south.
You're doing really well considering the circumstances.
Phone got 2 more kisses. Be advised, right now we're up to about 20 family members and they're pretty upset.
As police secure the area, investigators and other officers begin questioning those on scene.
Do you know anybody that got hit or anything like that? Did you see anything or hear anything?
I was standing on the side, and I got a newborn in the house, and I got a 10-year-old that was playing around, and I just ran. I ain't looked because I wasn't trying to go see because I got kids to go home too.
According to both a police report and Tajiana's account of the events, detectives later interviewed Giga, the third passenger in the victim's vehicle. Giga told officers that she saw Omarion and his friend Dalen outside Omarion's home shortly before gunfire erupted. Officers also questioned another individual, Fredo, whose real name is Rashawn. Initially, Rashawn claimed he didn't witness or hear anything, but later he told a different detective that he had seen part of what happened as he was standing outside when the shots were fired. Due to inconsistencies in Omarion, Dalen, and Rashawn's statements and movements, officers identified them as suspects. In short, the 3 girls in the car were shot at as they attempted to surprise some boys in the neighborhood, leading to Camiona's death. Interestingly, the vehicle Tajiana mentioned that allegedly carried multiple armed individuals wasn't mentioned in the arrest report, which was made days after that night. Without further documentation, it is unclear if the mysterious dark-tinted vehicle was ever located or considered part of the investigation after arrests were made. Ultimately, officers developed enough probable cause to get an arrest warrant for one of the 3 suspects. At 1:47 a.m. that same night, they made a surprise appearance at the same residence the shooting took place. This is the look of 18-year-old Dalen Bridges as he's arrested for murder.
You got anything on you? Hey, y'all. Come on. Come on.
He might not realize it at the time, but what happened tonight may forever affect his life. We will go over his charges and sentencing in a moment.
My girlfriend, y'all trying to take my brother to job. Slap the out of one of y'all. What? What'd you just say? What'd you just say? Don't touch me. Huh?
Turn around.
What are you gonna do?
That one,
The second individual to be arrested was 18-year-old Omarion McNeely.
Okay, just relax then, man. Okay, I'm relaxed, bro. Look how you holding my arm and look how y'all got the cut.
Look how you was acting. You just be cool. The cuffs wouldn't be that tight, right? Right? You hear what I'm saying?
My girl said it.
I'm sorry about that, okay?
Oh, you said it was
Exactly, that's what I said.
Okay, come on.
I'll take your money out to jail.
Man, what you think was gonna happen when he said that shit? I get you're pissed off for it, but I don't know what the f just happened. I was chilling there and then bang.
Have you ever been arrested before?
On Omarion's Facebook page, which we found through the grapevine of research, shows post of him celebrating his graduation, along with post of him and Camiona as a couple. You may have noticed his Facebook name is listed as HNPODZ. After doing a bit of digging, we discovered a handful of Omarion's friends also had HNP in their Facebook name, and many supplied it in their About section as well. We couldn't determine exactly what HNP stands for, but it's an apparent gang that Dalen, aka Day Day, and the third suspect Rashawn, aka Fredo, who was arrested off camera, all seem to be a part of, at least according to their social media profiles. Fredo, aka Rashawn, had not actually been fully released from the law as he was out on bail with GPS monitoring for a separate murder charge. Regarding the murder charge Rashawn faced prior to the events in this video, many of the HNP network of friends made Facebook posts calling for Rashawn's release while using his alias name. He was being tried for shooting and killing 26-year-old Jasmine Brown in April of 2021. According to news reports, Rashawn's older brother Angelo McCaleb apparently had an unpleasant run-in with an ex-girlfriend and her group of friends at a club, which included Jasmine. In retaliation, Angelo allegedly placed a rifle in the front seat of his vehicle as the group of women left the club. Soon after, Rashawn, who was a passenger in his brother's vehicle, picked up the rifle, stood through the moonroof of the car, and shot at the group of women after they stopped at a house to drop the ex-girlfriend off. Rashawn was just 16 years old when he allegedly shot and killed Jasmine and had been jailed for nearly a year before being released back out into the public thanks to a sudden change in his bond agreement. The court changed his bail from a $30,000 cash bond to a $30,000 signature bond, giving him the ability to leave jail without any upfront cost during his transition to house arrest. According to news sources, this sudden change happened due to a prosecutor's key witness failing to show at trial. That key witness was allegedly Angelo himself. According to a Milwaukee Journal Sentinel investigation, this is a fairly common occurrence in homicide cases in the area. Their investigation found that at least 23% of cases between 2014 and 2019 had issues with witnesses showing up to testify. The prosecution's failure to present a witness then prompted Rashawn to request a speedy trial. In Wisconsin, a speedy trial means a trial date must be set within 90 days. Because the court could not meet this timeline, they were legally required to give Rashawn an alternative bond type or drop his murder case. While under home arrest, 17-year-old Rashawn resided in the same home as Omarion, next to where the shooting in this video took place. While at the residence, Rashawn, Dalen, and Omarion allegedly witnessed a gray vehicle driving up and down the street multiple times. The vehicle had heavily tinted windows, preventing anybody from seeing inside. This put Rashawn on edge, as he allegedly received threats for having killed Jasmine the year prior. The three agreed that, when the vehicle came around the road again, they would all shoot at the car. Unfortunately, Camiona, Tatiana, and Giga got caught in the alleged crossfire. It is unclear what happened to those inside the mysterious vehicle, but by the time police arrived, they appeared to have sped off. It is also unclear if officers suspected the occupants of the vehicle fired any bullets at all, although Tatiana's ambulance testimony claims guns were shot from both sides of the mysterious vehicle. According to news sources, Omarion's older sister, possibly Sierra, is Rashawn's adopted mother. While she says she did not see the shooting, she reportedly later admitted finding her brother Omarion destroying his bedroom right after the shooting, where he allegedly said, "She's my girl, but they're my brothers." Officers appeared to arrest her for further questioning, though we were unable to find any charges pressed against her. Before her apprehension, officers allowed her to change out of her t-shirt as it appeared to be covered in blood from the crime scene.
Man, you don't gotta tell me all that slick my ain't about nothing. Alright, what?
Just relax, baby.
They be talking too crazy, bro.
I can put one on.
It don't matter, bro. I just asked you nicely not to put it tight.
And I just told you mine.
I love y'all.
During a search of the house, officers discovered 5 different handguns, one of which had an extended magazine. Forensic investigations conducted later found 24 casings on the site of the shooting. Rashawn estimated that he fired 15 to 20 shots. Dayline estimated that he fired 10 to 12. Omarion allegedly fired just one time before his gun jammed. All 3 male teenagers were charged with 2 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as a party to a crime. Daylan and Rashawn were each additionally charged with 1 count of first-degree reckless homicide as a party to a crime. All 3 also initially entered a plea of not guilty. For Omarion's case, it would take him just over 9 months to change his plea from not guilty to guilty. He was found guilty on both counts of his first-degree recklessly endangering safety charges. For each, he was sentenced 6 years in prison with 5 years of probation to be served concurrently, making that the total sentence. His sentence came with 290 days of jail credit. He is estimated to be released on probation in September of 2026, when he will be 22 years old. His probation will end when he is 30 years old. For Daylan's case, he would stand by his not guilty plea and moved forward with a jury trial. The trial found him guilty on all counts. For his reckless homicide charge, he was sentenced 15 years in prison plus 5 years of probation. For each count of endangering safety, he was sentenced 3 years in prison plus 2 years of probation. All of his charges will be served concurrently, resulting in a total sentence of 15 years in prison and 5 years of probation. Daylan is starting with 346 days of jail credit. Having been sentenced in March of 2023, he is expected to be released on probation in April of 2032, when he will be 28 years old. He will not be released from probation until he is 39 years old. For Rashawn's case, he faced both the shootings he was involved in. He also faced 2 counts of bail jumping for previously failing to show up to court. In addition to the charges for this case, his previous case pressed charges for 1 count of second-degree reckless homicide as a party to a crime, and 1 count of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as a party to a crime. In court, he would switch his not guilty plea to guilty for all charges. For his first-degree murder charge, he was sentenced to 32 years in prison with 8 years of probation to be served consecutively with other charges. For both his first-degree, recklessly endangering safety charges, he was charged a total of 3 years in prison and 2 years of probation. For his previous second-degree homicide charge, he was sentenced 14 years in prison with 6 years of probation. For his previous first-degree recklessly endangering safety charge, he was sentenced 3 years in prison with 3 years of probation. His bail jumping charges were dismissed, but read in. In total, Rashawn was sentenced 52 years in prison with 19 years of probation.
That's like my Amazon wish list. What the hell?
He was given 623 days of jail credit that was ultimately canceled by the court roughly 5 months after his sentence, according to official court websites. Rashawn will not be released on probation until November 2057, when he will be 53 years old. He will not be released from probation until he is almost 90 years old. Currently, both Rashawn and Daylan have submitted their cases to the Court of Appeals. The outcome of those appeals is yet to be determined.
That's crazy. That's a lot of crazy. That's a lot of crazy. A lot of great brain. Okay, I'm gonna play video games now. Although I have no idea what video games to play. I'll just play whatever. I'll probably play Fallout again. Because I like playing Fallout. I like Fallout. Well, not the modded one. I'm not playing a mod Fallout stuff, but what do you call that? The default, is that what it's called? Default? The original one? I'm not sure. Let me just set the category for the game. Then try to move it. Oh, what is going on? Okay, I think I need to move over to the game by clicking Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing this game again until I get bored of it, because this seems to be the only game that piques my interest at the moment. I don't know why, but yeah, I'll be playing this anyway. I hope it's not too loud. I'm also gonna check on something. There we go. So I'm not sure if I've been to the not sure if I've been to the common, what do you call that, the diamond place yet. I think that's one of my goals, is to get there. Well, not one of my goals. Sorry. I have a lot of garbage. Mm. Hmm. Hi, Jennifer. How are you? I'm okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Still sore from my pellets, but I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm to TBH. I'm looking for, like, I'm thinking between putting some songs on, or like, sorry, because yeah, I want to respect the copyright. I'm a copyright respect. I don't know what that means, but you know, I respect copyright. That's what that means. Cause respect. And I gotta, like, I'm just gonna sing the song for you guys. I hope that's not too copyrighted, because I'm gonna be making it sound like a parody. So it's not really the actual song, but it's a parody of the song. That way. And yeah, I'm just looking. Sorry, I was just looking for one at the moment. I'm like, should I listen? Okay then. I just woke up. Yeah, I will.
Hope you ain't one of them.
It will, yeah, actually, yeah, it will give you a little bit of, like, emotions for a bit. But you'll get used to it. It will go. It's okay. You'll get used to it. Bummer. Are you taking, like, what specific meds are you taking? Are you taking oral stuff? Or what are you taking? Yeah, check it. Hmm.
Hey.
Get your beep. I'm gonna check that out. I haven't heard of it. Oh. Yeah, I see. Well, if it lasts too long, I mean like if it's hopefully that will disappear after a while. You know, honestly, like, did you just start taking that or? Hmm. Yeah, a month. So have you like do that does that happen a lot or I mean at the same time you might be the what time do you sleep? That's another question because it might be your body coping to that. I mean like what time do you sleep at night? Like 11. Oh yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, that's much better than I do. Yeah. Oh, that's good. But at 12, are you asleep by 11? Would you say you're asleep by 11 already or? Yeah, me too. I don't fall asleep until 12 or 1. I'm the same. Apparently, it's because we use the phone, the blue light from the phones. But, like, it's so weird because my boyfriend can just fucking, like, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you've heard of this, but yeah, a lot of guys, they fucking watch on their fucking phones. Like, that's crazy. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm sorry. Like, and sometimes I'm just like, I get annoyed with the noise going on. But yeah, I've gotten used to it at this point. But yeah, it's like I guess it's for them, they couldn't like sleep without any sort of back. It's like the TV in a way. Because my mom does that with the TV. She's like watching a drama. But her eyes are closed. Like, just like that. But like when you turn it off, she's like she just suddenly starts talking. Like, oh wait, don't turn it off. I'm listening. Oh my god. But yeah. Yeah, that's amazing skills in it. Like to take a nap and like listen to the fucking drama. But the teledramas are interesting on the other hand, so I guess that's why. But yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same honestly. I'm trying to like well back then, like when my boyfriend was working, like when we just met, um he used to be working a different schedule, like much later. Oh wait, early. He works early back then. So yeah, we sleep really early as well. Oh, that was fine. So yeah, I hope like if you say what time is it? Like what time is it for you? Lord of the Rings. Oh, you slept a lot. Wait, like did you? Yeah, that's a long time then. Thinking about it. Like did you have a change in medication or dose or anything? Maybe. Cause yeah. I mean, I guess there are those days at the same time, or unless that happens all the time for you, or since you've been taking that medication. What am I looking for now? Okay, now I saw. Okay, where is that body part without the? I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. I hope your body gets used to it. But maybe you just need more rest, like with how strong the medications are. Because yeah, that happens actually. And it's probably other medications you take as well. Are you taking anything else other than that? What were the other ones? This is one. This is another one. So I couldn't and click. Could be that like all of the combination and shit. Honestly, I keep saying it, I want to get off my antidepressants. I've been looking into getting off it. But I need to use something because I couldn't, I know that I still, when I stop taking it, I get really tired. I just get tired, you just sleep and then I never stop sweating. I know that I'm having symptoms like withdrawal. And yeah, I just stay in bed the whole time. Pristic. Is that the brand name or the product? What do you call that? Inferno. Right, left helmet. That one. I'm taking the vaccine, I think. Oh, am I still taking the vaccine? Let me check. Yeah, I am still taking the vaccine. The it says here trouble sleeping as well.
Yes?
It's an SNRI. Yeah, because I heard there were issues with, but it's like SSRIs, I think, which is venlafaxine. I heard there were issues with it. Not issues, but like things. Yeah. So yeah, as much as possible, I don't want to rely on it. You know what I mean? Capital recon. Eben, did you know, did they usually work on you? Like, how was it? Or did you move on the others after you got it? Like, is that how it happened? You they kept moving you on different medications when, like, it stops working? Oh, for the anxiety, I see. see. Sorry, I'm like picking this shit. I don't know what I'm doing actually at this point. Like, what the? I have a lot of shit in my fucking inventory that I don't know what I'm using for. But that looks cool. Let's see. Well, honestly, I don't know if it's working, but I don't know at the same time. Oh, there it is. Fucking hell, I was wondering where it was. Sorry. Yeah, she was saying it works. Like, it's working. It's working from what you're telling me. That's what she told me. I think I don't trust her, DBA. I think I have problems with trusting people, DBH. Okay, so this one I can move out. Oh, it says it's damaged for some reason. Let me like fix it first. But yeah, I've been on like multiple, not multiple, but I've tried a few throughout my like. I think I started with like I don't remember it anymore on TBH. I couldn't even like remember the one before this one. But yeah, I remember like they up the dose every time it stops. Like, how's that? How's that? And I just got annoyed because they're also expensive. Those fucking doctors, like they're fucking 400 out of pocket. Oh, are you not drinking it yet? Yeah. What's that? Yeah, they're 400 out of pocket. If you go to a private one. Yeah, you do. Oh no, wait. I think I was on. Now I realize it now. I wasn't on Medicare back then. I was on private. So every time I always get it out of pocket. But everyone, even on Medicare, they all have to pay out of pocket. And I think they pay similar price, but at least they get some back. Whereas I don't get as much. Like, that was crazy. 400 and I think 300 you get back from Medicare. Yeah. But like, it's just 100 something back for mine. I think it was during my international student days. Marks. I don't know what I'm doing. I should repair them. Repair. Oh wait. I don't get it shielded. What am I supposed to be wearing? I don't want to go back to that same doctor. Because I have a feeling it's probably going to be like around the 600 mark now. Because inflation. I have a feeling they're at that mark, like $600 or something. But they moved out, so I really hope not. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Bracer shielded. What? I don't really get what I'm doing at this point. Let me just wear it actually and just get the fuck out. Like, move. Max damage. Okay, there, that's better. Oh. And then... I don't get it. D40, D60, D60, D60. Okay. Or so D45, so I have two more sheets to grab. Okay, I don't know where they're at though. Let me just fix. Oh wait, I forgot to fix them. Give me a second. How did I fix that? Wait, what the fuck? Now I gotta figure out which one is the actual one that I'm using. Was it that one? I think it was the one that... It's already lunchtime. But I don't need really. I don't need. Okay, so I don't have the parts. I need to like...
Can't remember the last time I had anything.
I still have a lot of shit. Excuse me. Okay. I don't know why this is in here, but I guess I have to remove. We just like grab all of... We grab all of that for a second, and then maybe move them in here, and then... Oh no. Wait. In ammo, mods, jump. Okay. We... Blah blah blah. Okay, let's go there. Oh, I think I put too much shit. I'm sorry, I'm like really confused now. I don't know what I'm doing in this game at this point. I said that a while ago. I keep saying the same thing over and over. It's so annoying. So I'm gonna earn those jets because I could sell those. Those are a lot of money. Done that. Silver shroud thing. I don't need to do it, I think. Not yet. At least. Okay, why is my paint like that? I need to go somewhere where there's shit. Or maybe I need to forage. Okay, why is that? Why is it saying that? Okay, I'm gonna pick one from these sheets. Actually, maybe I should do this one. The boat fly sheet. Boat fly. Oh, no, actually, I don't want that. I'm lazy to do that. How about, actually, I'm lazy all the time. So, sorry. I'm just letting you know in advance. I wonder what's the maximum level I could get from here. Is it 100 or if it's 100 or like does it exceed 100? Excuse me. There's okay, nothing in here. How do I get in? Oh, oh, I think I saw something there. No, I'm just blind. Never mind. How do I get up? Oh. Oh. I wonder what's in here. I've been here.
My olfactory sensors just spiked.
I don't get it. Which one should I go into? Now it's being a little bit slow than usual. It says it's cleared, but I'm supposed to be going. Where is that? Where's the Tesla? What the fuck? I have a feeling it's inside. Let's see if let me go inside again. Hopefully I could find it this time. I've been here, but I didn't see any cam slap yet. I hoard all of their shit, especially the important ones. I don't have some running out of steel and stuff. Excuse me. Tell that. No torch. Ah, choo. This is the wrong door. I've been here already. Why am I getting it? Where's that one?
Hey. I am your service.
She take all of that.
Heads up. Yeah. Heads up. Let's take a look at what you've got.
It's not in here. We've been here before. Action check. Okay, so it's just another way to the thing. Okay, so let's. Ooh. What's that? Fuck is that fucking mother fucking
The fumes here. Seemingly noxious.
Look alive.
Sure, I suggest you refrain from inhaling the tainted air here.
Wait.
Look alive.
Distressingly noxious.
Why do I have multiple shits of things? What?
Suggest you refrain from inhaling the tainted air here.
Why can't I grab that now? Good night. Okay, grab that one. Grab this shit. There's a secret door here somewhere. Ooh, what the hell? You're talking about that, and like we also got like something in here. Oh, did I ask her? What is it doing? Wanted the 6-inch one. And then check that. But yeah, take a picture of your burrito. What did you have on your burrito? I got like, see this one. I thought it was a 6-inch, but like it ended up being like a 12-inch. Like I couldn't finish this. This wouldn't even fit in my mouth. Like at least we know the scale. This is my scale compared to burrito, by the way. A burrito out fucking out of Subway. Burrito. Okay, I don't know where that fucking secret lair, yeah, that Choo is at. But I'm a hoard. I'm a hoard this shit until until they're out of shit. I need some of their shit. But I don't see the secret room. Where's the fucking secret room? Come on now, show me the secret room. I'm gonna get pissed. I swear to God. It's cleared. Kev's now. Oh, the note. Oh, precious note. Okay, precious note. Precious note. I get it now. I get it now. Oh my God, that's the whole thing. This whole wait, I gotta eat this first. Also, enjoy if you're eating. I don't eat lunch a lot. I think this is like once in a while thing. It's once in a while. Okay. So 1, 3. I just saw 4, so there's one more upstairs, I think. Okay, let me see that. Okay, wait, where's the prop? Oi. Oh. One, 4, 1. 1. That's the stairs. 2. Okay, I wonder where that one is at. That is the one. Mm-hmm. One. Excuse. 1. Ooh. Hi. Like that properly. And then in my head. Okay, there should be another one in here somewhere. The okay, now I remember where it's at. Ah, 5. Okay, let me just have a bite. I thought I was really expecting it to be this good. Oh. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. Forgive me. Please forgive because I'm gonna move back here because I'm hungry. I was actually holding my hunger. I always hold my hunger, but now that I have what do you call this? I forgot what it's called. I was gonna say burrito again, but it's not a burrito. It's because of the chat. That's why I keep saying burrito. Yeah, I'm talking about the subway thing. But yeah, I'm gonna play something random for now while I finish this one. Like this girl. Or your favorite, everyone's favorite girl. Of course. Wakta wakta, everyone.
My god, I can't believe I'm talking about this person again. I never thought I'd have to, but the Hawk Tua girl is back in the spotlight yet again and worse than ever. Now, I've never had anything really against Haley. I've never hated her or anything like that, but that changed this week after she straight up scammed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars off her own fans who invested in her new cryptocurrency. Yeah, you heard that right. She released a new crypto coin called Hawk, and some people were unfortunately dumb enough to buy it. But let's be real, it was only a matter of time before she released her own coin. You know, it's no surprise at all. The Hawk Tua hype is dying, her career is going down, and crypto seems to be the newest method influencers are using to make a quick buck off their fans.
Today's launch day. Woot woot. Hi TMZ, say hello to my community. Hi. How are you doing? My Hawk meme coin is live.
Get the life savings out of the bank immediately. We're getting rich. Actually, wait, never mind. Because this was the graph soon after her fans decided to invest their money into this cryptocurrency.
Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk 2 and spit on that thing. You get me?
A good old classic rug pull, and I mean, I can't believe it. How could she? Who would have thought the Hawk Tua girl who got famous by talking about spitting on cock in a street interview,
Yeah, I know, right? Had the
relevance by the day,
crypto.
would possibly do something like this to their fans? I'm shocked. Now, say what you will about the people who were retarded enough to put thousands of their hard-earned dollars investing in Hawk coin, but that doesn't necessarily make it okay, as stupid as that is. Sure, those people are dumb and probably even deserve to lose their money, but I still don't think that some of these influencers like Haley and Logan Paul should be getting a pass to straight up scam your fans and get away with it. This is a scamming epidemic, and there needs to be actual consequences for crypto rug pulls and scammers. There needs to be an example made out of the people who do this. And thankfully, CoffeeZilla, the Chris Hansen of scammers, has already been on the case and confronted her about it, so let's take a look.
I have questions. I'm raising my hand. Hey, guys.
What CoffeeZilla?
Hey, this is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
I've been tracing it on chain for a while. You guys generated over $1 million in fees while y'all's fans got rug pulled. There was snipers, but there was also insider trading directly linked to y'all's creator.
Y'all.
What are you guys doing?
No, that's not true.
That is true. That's a fact.
No, it's not.
Well, it's a fact, and you can see it on chain. So
Yeah, we know. We trust me. We were there. We can answer that.
you know about the insider trading?
No, there's no insider trading. That's why we can answer it.
Okay, so there's tokens going directly from the main account,
CoffeeZilla, just chill for a second.
and then it's getting sold for $50K. Who is that?
Definitely not us. You think we're doing this for $50K? Yeah, fucking right. Talking to the wrong guy. You're used to these bullshit scammers out here. Not us. Now, we had...
That's what everyone says, by the way.
Listen, doesn't matter. No, I'm not everyone. There was a strategic... Right, through a foundation. Every single one of those was signed through a SAFT. The deployer wallet... You've heard of a strategic allocation or a private
How much did y'all get doing a pre-sale? How much did y'all make?
It's not that we made.
Your fans.
So over here, can you give hold on, CoffeeZilla, take a chill pill, brother.
Y'all just rug pulled a bunch of people.
No, there's no rug. We're here every single day. There's no rug pull, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an insane market cap.
No, it's not just snipers.
That was not us. That was
listen. You know that.
Listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little scheme.
There's not a.
I'm sure that's not you getting those fees, right? Who's making the money on the fees? Who's making millions of dollars on fees from this rug pull?
That's not a scheme. That's the project. So we can keep this thing going for years. Okay. That's how do you think? There's so many expenses.
Who makes the money on the fees? Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs to the project, right?
Who's the project? Who is the project?
Well, the project is over here, Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself? right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking
we're
who
here every
actually
single
makes the
day.
millions of
Day
dollars in
one,
fees from the rug.
day two, 2 days like you're
So
used
who
to.
made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welsh make of that million, 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running this project.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns zero of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman
Brother,
Islands.
who profited? Over $1 million was just
I'm
made.
telling you, a foundation that pays people out.
Let me just lay out your tokenomics. You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day one from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
Absolutely pathetic. A clear as day rug pull, and big ups to CoffeeZilla, by the way, for exposing the scam on the literal first 24 hours of the crypto being out. This is what happens when fame is handed to just about anybody for no good reason, especially in the social media TikTok age. It becomes an operation to capitalize on the 15 seconds of fame and milk as much money as possible, which isn't inherently a bad thing at all, and she was doing a pretty great job at it for the most part. But the problem arises is when these people who became famous for practically nothing don't really have anything to retain their sudden fan base. They didn't get famous off of a particular ability or talent, so there's nothing to really pivot to. Rarely does someone make a successful pivot from the
What the hell? Just not even engaging to the audience. Like, you know, I don't know. Don't you guys see the fucking documentaries on? That's how they do it. Like if they do a tour or something.
15 seconds of fame, so that's why typically it's just a race to scrounge up as many shekels as possible in any means possible, no matter how shameless. Release some merch, make some public appearances, start an OnlyFans, or make a cryptocurrency. I mean, what else is there to do? Your 15 seconds is gonna die out soon anyways, so might as well milk the cow while it's still there. And before some people say that she's some kind of negligent victim in all this, being controlled or manipulated into putting out her own crypto by some other masterminds, that's complete bullshit. I mean, come on. You could see clear as day that the hype is kind of dying off now. She's still somewhat relevant, but is losing it slowly. Her merch sales and views have gone down, so why not pull off a quick and easy crypto scam to juice out as much cash from the fans while I'm still somewhat relevant? That was exactly her mindset going into this.
So there's like an incentive for someone who's like operating a business to basically like have a successful operation that's going. So I'm sort of curious, like not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual like source of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. I guess we're talking over here, and I don't know if,
How does that work? Like if she leaves, like does the whole fall end? Or
what the distribution is, but are you guys able to speak in terms of like?
It's been a rough day.
Well,
It's all good. Come back tomorrow, Nick.
Oh, Princess Haley, time to sleep.
Which is just stupid and unfortunate. She's still getting very decent views on YouTube. Sure, maybe not as relevant as the peak of the hype, but, you know, still making enough to make a living. She could have still had a decent reputation, a decent brand, but now all of that is gone. Because any positive public perception she had has officially gone down the shitter. Not sure if potential podcast guests would want to associate with somebody who scams their own fans. Hi, Haley Welch. My $35,000 that I purchased of Hawk is now $2,000 after 10 minutes of buying. I am a huge fan of the Hawk Tua, but you took my life savings. I purchased your coin Hawk that you were so excited about with my life savings in children's college education fund as well. You didn't mention that you were going to buy 97% of the supply and sell it almost immediately to make a large profit. If I would have known that information, I would not have purchased your coin. Please help me, or who can I contact for a refund? If not, I will be forced to use legal action. Alright, so I've been laying into the Hawk Tua girl all video, but with that said, anybody who invested in this cryptocurrency is still a fucking retard. Let's not lose that message. I don't know how many scams it's gonna take to get these crypto bros to learn their lesson, but this is just natural selection at the end of the day. Imagine seeing this on Twitter and immediately throwing your life savings at it. Holy fuck.
My Hawk meme coin is live!
But anyways, I think that's going to wrap up today's video. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for some more juicy videos coming soon to the channel. And let me know what your thoughts are on this situation. Should she be arrested? What kind of consequences should be coming out of this? And are you going to be investing your life savings into Hawk Coin? Let me know. Leave a comment. Peace.
Yeah, that's more stupid. That's more stupid than I am. And I'm stupid, so. Oh, Karen Snoopy. Snoopy, Karen Snoopy. Oh. I want to watch that, but I know you guys are not into it. I understand you guys are not into the Philippine politics. Just kidding. I don't like to watch it at the moment. I prefer watching the what do they call that? Like the highlights. That's what they call it. Nah, not yet. I'm thinking about it. So this is about, I think this one is about like the vice president funds and all that stuff. Let me actually check it.
Personally tasked with the disbursement and liquidation of confidential funds.
Yep, it is.
Ang SDO ang tagabigay ng pera, siya lang under the joint circular.
Oh, I don't want to watch it. Ah. How about this one? I want to watch that. That one. I want to watch this one. This one, I like this one. Because they're so dramatic, the fucking, like, drama politics. That's what's happening at the moment.
This post was made by a user named Your Beard Has Egg in It in May of 2022, and it seems that this mystery has actually been solved around 2023. The post is titled, "Unidentified 5-year-old boy found dead in a suitcase in rural Washington County, Indiana. I am trying to bring more awareness to this case. Please share on all of your platforms if you can. A 5-year-old unidentified black male, approximately 4 feet tall with a slender build and short haircut, was found dead in a Las Vegas-themed suitcase on April 16th, 2022 in Washington County, Indiana, specifically on 7000 block of East Holder Road. This is southern Indiana, and the child could be associated with any state, but this location is close to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, and Tennessee. An initial autopsy has been performed with no cause of death found. Toxicology reports are pending. No additional details on his appearance were provided, but it was stated he had been dead for approximately 5 days when he was found. Police have no leads in this case and are asking the public for any information. If you know anything or think someone might know something, there is a tip line. I have also created a subreddit for this case and will be updating it as new information is shared. You can find the picture of the actual suitcase in that sub, since I cannot add a photo to this post for some reason. Please spread the word and help give a name to this baby. One user by the name of Sad asked, could the parents be illegals and scared to call authorities? It's very strange no one has come forward, not even family members or school or health practitioners or neighbors. Another user who has since been deleted said, I heard, I'm from Indiana and unfortunately things like this aren't uncommon or even newsworthy. I've seen murders come and go like the Daily News my whole life. Indiana outside of Marion County doesn't have the manpower or resources for a proper investigation. This is why the Delphi murders are still unsolved. Now, if we go over to the subreddit that OP created, there is a post titled "Everything We Know About the Case." The post says, on Saturday, April 16th, 2022, a man, while mushroom hunting, discovered an out-of-place hard-shell Las Vegas suitcase in the woods near his home outside of New Pekin, Indiana. In a heartbreaking interview on local news, Jeff, the man who found the little boy, states his first instinct was to call the police, but told reporters he'd feel like a fool if they got there and it was just a suitcase. Sadly, after opening it, Jeff's worst fears were confirmed. Inside the brightly colored suitcase was the body of a young boy. He was around 5 years old, black, approximately 4 feet tall, with a slim build and short hair. It seems he died recently, within the last week. Authorities have yet to release a sketch or photo of the boy as of May 27th, 2022. Jeff, the man who found the little boy, describes the moment as best he can. With tears in his eyes, he says, "Immediately I felt he was saying, 'Help me, I need help.'" He goes on to say, "It bothers me, but it ain't about me. It's about that little boy that they threw away like a piece of trash. He deserves to have a name, just like you and I. We want a name to put on our stone after we're gone, and he deserves that." Jeff continues on, now looking directly into the camera, urging anyone who knows anything at all about the young boy to please come forward, because that little 5-year-old boy needs you now more than ever to give him his dignity back to him. Originally, Indiana State Police considered the young boy to be 5 to 8 years old, but with more dental evidence, they concluded it's most likely the boy is around 5 years old. The original autopsy results were vague, but as of today, the toxicology report found he died from an electrolyte imbalance, ultimately leading to dehydration. However, as ISP states, someone knows who this child is. He didn't show up in Washington County in a suitcase by himself, and he was clean, clothed, and appeared to be well cared for. No significant injuries were found during the autopsy. When asked why ISP hasn't released a photo or sketch of the boy, they've stated, "We don't want to do anything that will jeopardize the case or the investigation. We want truth and we want justice." A lot of people, including myself, are confused by this statement. They plead for the public's help in identifying him, yet won't release what he looks like. Of course, the first thing that comes to mind as someone who's been interested in unsolved crime for years is simply police incompetence. Unfortunately, it is far too common to rule out, but there are also other possibilities. Things like lack of resources and the idea LE may be holding one's cards close to their chest and on the brink of breaking the case open, etc. Although I hope that's the case, I do think it's too good to be true. Personally, I have two theories as to why it's been 41 days without so much as a sketch, but to reiterate, this is pure speculation. Also, it's not my intention to excuse any possibility of incompetence or prejudiced police work, but after racking my brain trying to understand how a sketch or photo could possibly jeopardize the case, another Indiana-based crime popped into my head: the Delphi murders. To be clear, in no way am I trying to imply these cases are connected. It just got me thinking about the confusion and misinformation surrounding the two police sketches of two separate persons of interest. So, do I think it's possible they could be double and triple checking their work before releasing it to the public? Sure. Do I think it's likely? Unfortunately, no. It's been 6 weeks without even a sketch, and hell, I'm a hobby portrait artist who likes to draw in realism. At a maximum, it would take me 3 days to draw and release an accurate, real-to-life sketch of someone using only a photograph. Plus, the poor boy's body was found roughly a week after his death, sealed inside of the suitcase during spring. The other theory, perhaps slightly more probable, is to avoid armchair detectives flooding the tip line. Throughout the investigation, it struck me how often ISP reiterates to not send tips about children already in a missing database. Perhaps waiting on releasing his photo to the public is their way of trying to combat armchair web sleuths flooding the tip line. But again, the only thing I can think about is if they even release a sketch. As the days pass and new things move into the 24-hour news cycle, the number of eyes on this case drastically falls. What will they remember, the suitcase or the boy? Luckily, this case does get closure. It turned out that the boy was named Cairo Amer Jordan, and he was never reported missing. Tragically, it was actually his mother, Dejonde Ludi Anderson, who resided in Atlanta, Georgia, was responsible for his death. However, Anderson was not alone. She, along with another woman named Coleman from Louisiana, traveled with Cairo. According to police, Coleman said she and Anderson shared a living space in Louisville, Kentucky for a period of time. One day, she walked into a bedroom and saw Anderson lying on top of Cairo on a bed. It was then that Anderson asked Coleman to help her move the boy into a trash bag before moving him into a suitcase. Police mentioned that the trash bag found with the body had fingerprints all along it, which helped in identifying Anderson. The duo then moved Cairo's remains to a wooded area where he was later found. And just a bit of background on the mother. She was arrested less than a month before the boy's death and was charged with second-degree robbery. This was a case where she was being accused of stealing from a clothing store and then assaulting a security guard. Oddly, officials later found social media posts from both Anderson and Coleman referring to Cairo in a negative manner, referring to him as a demon and quote, an avatar playing a character. The next post we're going to look at is titled, "My best friend was killed, nobody was charged, and no one except the cops know where his killer is." The post was made back in September of 20.
I'm sorry to whoever has passed and then I was working the whole time. Please don't haunt me in my dreams. Amen. Amen. Okay, I just had a prayer. I'm just protecting myself.
Haunting. My best friend was working overnight at a cab company as a dispatcher. An old employee donning a mask, gloves, and a machete entered a 6-digit code to enter the shared office building, walked 3 offices down the hallway directly into the cab company's office, and stabbed my best friend to death around 2 or 3 a.m. When he left, he picked up 2 workers and confessed that he had killed him. The police chose not to use this evidence because of the character of the workers. They have him on videotape a few days earlier, standing in front of the building, screaming that he was going to gut X like a fish. This isn't solid evidence, so it was thrown out. The car he left and got into after the murder mysteriously disappeared. They were never able to locate it or the murder weapon. The owner of the company had purchased this car for him just a few months earlier. He was arrested a little over a year after the murder and did 8 months in jail for armed robbery of a convenience store. This time, thankfully, he let the employee live. When police questioned him about the murder of my best friend, he told them to prove it, and that he would be fleeing for Mexico the second he got out of jail. That was 6 years ago. My best friend was murdered in November of 2015, and nobody was ever charged or barely even questioned. The guy who owned the company he was working at the time had 3 Class A felonies pending against him. Although everybody questioned about the murder gave them solid evidence the owner was involved, police ignored it, and that man walked away and started a new cab company a few blocks down about 6 months after my best friend's murder. The guy turned rat and none of the felonies stuck, so he skated. He showed up to the funeral surrounded by about 6 Hells Angels he had hired to protect him for the funeral, since he knew all the family and friends knew about his involvement. Police refused to answer questions regarding if the guy they swear killed him is in America or if he did in fact flee the country. When questioned about anything about the case, they say they can't release any information since it's an open investigation, even though it's clearly a cold case with no new leads, updates, or anything new. To keep the case open, they had 2 cops show up at a friend's house to inform him that as he was dying, my friend had made a call to this friend's phone. That friend had always assumed that when he woke up at 2 a.m. that fateful night, he had felt something happen. Turns out it was because my friend had called him and woken him up. That prepaid phone that received the call was broken when the guy that got the call threw it at the owner of the cab company when all of his friends went to the crime scene. So he didn't know about the call until 6 years later when the cops showed up to tell him about it. The guy they questioned about the phone call was one of his best friends and is now a lawyer, so it's not like there was any question of involvement or anything, just showing that once every 5 or so years, they'll unnecessarily mess with people for entertainment. This is also the same police force that took 20-something years to arrest the Gilgo Beach murderer, all the while he continued stacking bodies on the beaches of New York. Maybe one day we'll see this guy in the headlines 20 years later because police finally felt like making a move. A user by the name of Fartknocker left the following comment: "Don't look to cops to help with crimes they don't care about, have a biased opinion on, or are somehow corrupt in a way that plays into the investigation. My brother was murdered in the 80s and nobody ever cared or investigated the crime. We begged the police to help. They didn't give a crap. Years later, I heard that the police had no intention of investigating his murder. There was rampant corruption in the police department, and unfortunately, my brother got in the way of that.
Of course,
I'm
it's
sorry,
the police.
Randy. I wish I could say justice was served, but nothing happens when cops are the bad guys." Adding on to this, another user by the name of Frozen Green Grapes said something similar. Their comment said, "That police department is insanely corrupt. Very sorry for your loss." Under this comment, OP said, "Thank you. If you look up the police department, there's no end to the corruption there. I've had a few good interactions with them, but as a whole, it's insane how much ignoring has gone on. His mom is destroyed by it. At this point, she doesn't even really want to talk to police about it. And even though I'm their main contact for questions, they won't give me any info, so it's frustrating since his mom is the only one they'll tell anything to. And she, understandably, hasn't really dug into them very much." Then under a different comment by a user named Colorado Blues Guy, OP provided a bit more information regarding evidence. They definitely do have more evidence than I know. I know of at least 3 or 4 things they have that they've sat on. If this was a year or 2 out from the murder, I'd sit quietly and wait for them to move. Hell, that's what I've done for the 8 years since it happened. But at this point, any evidence they have, they're sitting on for nothing. Also, yes, I'm not family, but I am extremely close with his mother, and she tells me about all new things in the case, so I would know if there were any new leads or anything. She allowed me to out the murderer's identity if I ever decided to do my own true crime documentary into the murder. That's how sure she is he will never be brought to justice. The fact that I'm not family is what the police have used as an excuse not to
Also, I started a poll. Do you guys agree that police corrupt? Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Come on, vote, vote, vote.
Share any info, but they haven't really told anything to the actual family. Also, whenever there's a new development, I was always the one to get a call. A few years after the murder, some girl went crazy and went onto the victim's Facebook page and said she knew who killed him, yada yada. I was the one the cops called for info into what was going on, so you'd think they'd at least give me something, especially considering it fell on me to tell his mother how he was murdered, and we ended up finding out the real method on the news that night. We were led to believe he was beaten to death, and it wasn't until the news reported he was stabbed that we found that out.
You hurt their
About
feelings.
2 to 3 months after the initial post, OP provided an update. However, the post itself doesn't contain a lot of new information, but it does inform us that OP has created a YouTube video and channel that speaks about the case in question. If you find the case interesting and would like to learn more, I recommend you give the video a watch, as it's over an hour long, and includes a lot of information that was never mentioned in the first Reddit post. I'll go ahead and link the video about Billy Donahue's case in the description.
What the hell? What the hell? What? What every interest oh wow, okay.
This first post was made about a year ago by a user named OKP. The post is titled "An Old Teacher is Obsessed with Me and It's Ruining My Life." This is kind of a long story, but I'll try my best to keep it short. When I was young, I attended a private childcare facility where we had 4 teachers and 1 student teacher called Charles, who always took a special interest in the girls. Charles was in his 20s, but would always ask what my friends and I would be doing over the weekend. I can always remember telling him, then just happening to see him there while I was there. At the time, I was like 4 or 5, so I didn't think much of it. This pattern, however, continued into my next school. I began my primary school years, and a few months after, Charles was employed at my school as a groundsman. He'd speak to me every break, always asking me stuff, and during class times, he would watch me through the classroom windows. When I got to about the age of 10, he began asking weirder questions that made me avoid him altogether. Things like, have you had your first kiss yet? Or do you wear a training bra or not? Basically just really creepy stuff to be asking a 10-year-old. Then the same thing followed me through high school. He got a job as a teacher's aide to assist a non-verbal girl in my class. This affected me so much around the age of 15 to 16 that I actually dropped out of high school. Even then, he works in a neighbor's garden.
I did hear they're first responders most times.
I've been on antipsychotic medication
they're always first
for 19
responders
months now, and I thought it might help
but
with the
I noticed,
situation with Charles, but it hasn't. This is
like Australia-wise. I noticed that instead of like having like fire, they actually ask if you need like they automatically ask them if you need like ambulance or fire. Or, because yeah, it can get really complicated, right? Like, what if it's like not really a fire, but just, you know, something that you need people to, like a collapse of a building, you know? Like, that doesn't sound fire nor ambulance, but you need both, right? So it can be really complicated. It's hard to like just call 911 and like just say ambulance or fire. That makes sense, right? Like that's what I noticed. Even in the US, I find, but it's so complicated. So complicated though, because like
one thing that
they have a lot of like organizations. Like it's gonna be so complex that they'd have to like organize that shit. It's probably what those shows are for, like the 911 show and all that stuff. Meant to
I'm
show
convinced
people.
isn't in my head. He's watching from across the road as I type this. I just want advice on what to do. I'm home alone most days and it's starting to really scare me as he's tried opening doors to my house without an invitation before. Reddit, what should I do? Side note, I am currently 17,
Reddit, why'd you
so
ask
I'm unable to
Reddit?
move out.
Oh,
Plus, I have spoken to
golly.
police, but they've said they don't have any evidence to work with and dismissed my claims due to my mental state. The next day, OP added an update. Thank you for all the advice. I will be meeting with my therapist tomorrow and will bring it up. I've also ordered cameras to put around my house, and I've messaged friends who know of Charles to confirm that they have in fact interacted with him. If my therapist believes that this is all real, I'll make another police report and tell all this to my grandparents. I've begun my journal and will take pictures tomorrow. Thank you so much for the support. I'm logging off for the night, but I will keep you all updated on how tomorrow goes. After
you love
another
to gamble,
we got a
don't
second
you?
update. Today I
You're
managed to get some images
gambling.
of Charles looking into my house through our glass windows. I've shown them to my therapist and he's asked that I resume taking pictures like these.
You're like a
He said he will
grandma.
help me with yet another police report, including
You're
my
like-
evidence.
you're like my
next week
granny
once I
playing
gain
at
more
the
images.
Fogies.
I have also had
Mhm.
confirmation from 5 childhood friends that Charles is indeed real, as they remember him too. Once again, thank you for the advice and support. I will post an update if anything else changes. I'm doing my best to keep up with questions in the comments too. Around the same time, OP also shared an image of the person in question. One user by
Oh
the name
wow.
of Donald.
Oh my god, those ones are fucking crazy, those grandmas. My golly. Oh wow, Richie. Okay.
Said the following in a comment. I'm sorry you're dealing with this. This does sound scary and extremely stressful.
Those are the
Is there
scary
another trusted
grandmas.
adult you can explain this to? If for no other reason than it pertaining to your medication,
Those are the ones who will
discussing
the ones who will call people and you just disappear like that. You don't even like there's no body. You just disappear.
this with your therapist or doctor. If it's as you feared, then they can help get you resources to get safe. If it's any other situation, they can help you make sense of it. Another user named Kitty Conetail said, I work with people with psychosis. I will preface by
they
saying
got
that
high
I believe
interest
you
as
because
well.
that's
Not
always
worth
the
it.
safer thing to do. But I do have an unfortunate anecdote about a former client who had delusions about being stalked. I had a client who retroactively believed that someone he met in adulthood was currently stalking him and retroactively believed the guy was stalking him from childhood. He had memories of the guy getting various jobs in his school to stalk him, working in the cafeteria, as a coach, a teacher, etc. I am saying this because it can happen to have retroactive memories that fit into a delusion. In adulthood, the client believed that the guy was always nearby, sometimes with justification that the stalker was working in the nearby shop. The client had schizophrenia. I don't know what your diagnosis is. I would definitely talk to your therapist just in case. Spare no details. It's entirely possible this is real, but unfortunately also entirely possible it's not. However, I will absolutely treat it as real because it's the safer thing to do. I know you don't want to stress your grandparents, but if you're being stalked, they absolutely should know.
Yeah,
they
they
care
should,
about you
yeah.
and your safety, first of all. Second, their safety is also
Oh my god, I have my experience of being stalked. Like, I don't know if... No worries. Rest well, Junie. And, yeah, my experience with being stalked, well, I didn't get stalked, though. Thank you. I will. Thank you. You too. I will. I appreciate you for saying that. And I wish you the same. I hope you rest a lot, and I hope you feel better soon. If I, at least well rested, you know. But yeah, yeah, like, there was this guy following me on Southport, one of our cities. It's crazy because the dude was just like, I tried to like distract the dude, like, you know, that's what I did. I tried to like go a different way just to like confuse him, and then all of a sudden, like, he's in the same like fucking shit as I am. like when the last stop was at the train station, the tram as I did. Like in the end, I had to call an Uber just to like lose the dude. Oh no, actually, I was meant to book an Uber, but I'm glad that he didn't use the fucking. I'm glad he didn't have a car or anything, but oh, that's scary. And with the internet as well, like people are really good at searching shit. That's why my boyfriend always keeps on telling me to be more secretive about things, which makes sense, you know, because some eyes are fucking sharp here, like crazy sharp, like as sharp as the fucking mouth of your fucking neighbor while they're hearing you fuck or touching yourself. I don't know.
At risk. You never know what a stalker will do. Some just observe, but others can turn to violence to physically get the object of their obsession or to get their attention. Third, this is really impacting you. It's unlikely that they just wouldn't notice the stress you're under. You absolutely need clear video of his face and identifying vehicles, preferably not only at home if you can also record him out and about, such as at your workplace. His voice won't be enough for police to ID him or confirm he's stalking you. When does he talk to you these days? Getting video of a doorknob rattling without clear video of him doing it also won't mean anything to the police. I will be honest, your resistance to getting clear video comes across to me as fear of being wrong and feeling or looking crazy. You need to know what's happening one way or another. If you're wrong and it's psychosis, you need to know so you can be treated properly. If it's real and you're being stalked, you need to know so it can be addressed properly to keep you safe. Under this comment, OP said, "Thank you for your comment. I got 2 pictures of him today, which I showed my therapist. Plus, I reached out to some childhood friends who confirmed he had worked at one school or another. I will continue to work with my therapist. However, as I have previously been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, and I'm somewhat aware that this could be a symptom of that. Understandably, some users believe that OP was actually trolling or messing with people to some extent." To this, OP added a comment underneath the post. It says, "I feel the need to comment on my own post regarding people saying it's shit posting. It's extremely hurtful that I'm expected to tell all my personal experiences to be believed, but here we go. I was born in April of 2006 to my biological mother and another male who was never in my life. At the age of 3, my biological mother attempted to murder me and I was taken into foster care until I was adopted at the age of 4 and 7 months. I was adopted by a woman and man who had been trying to conceive for years but hadn't had any luck. I was their miracle baby. My adoptive father divorced my adoptive mother when I was 7, which caused my mother to go down a path of substance abuse. During this time, my adopted father came out as gay and got a boyfriend. Together, they moved to a city 6 hours away from the life I had built in my hometown. This is when I was taken in by my adoptive mother's parents. My grandmother turned 82 this year and my grandfather turned 81. At a young age, I was raped by my adopted father's boyfriend, which no one except my grandfather believed until I was about 14 weeks pregnant, and it couldn't be excused as just too much junk food. At that stage, aligning with my country's abortion laws, it was too late to abort the baby. However, when I went into labor, the doctors decided it would be too much for my body, so I had a C-section and immediately put the baby up for adoption. All the while, I was at a private Catholic school getting shamed by other parents for being a whore and getting praised by teachers and nuns for carrying a child of God. During this time, I was also complaining about Charles as he was still doing all the creepy stuff and asking weird questions. After giving birth, I spiraled and withdrew from my school for a year. During this time away from school, I was just getting worse mentally, which is when I stole the car in 2018 and tried to drive it to get to my father's place. I was found and brought back to a police station for psychiatric assessment and was found to be schizophrenic. I was then put in a psychiatric ward to be monitored for 2 months while being given medication that really has helped. Since then, I have attended online school and completed high school at the end of 2021. I am now a fully qualified mechanic and work 4 days per week, which is how I'm able to afford a car. I tinted my own windows. As explained in a previous comment, my grandmother suffers from high blood pressure, so stress is really not good for her. My grandfather suffers from Guillain-Barré syndrome and has limited mobility, so I wouldn't want him to be worrying about anything other than his own health at this point. I also still have a relationship with my adopted mother. I see her 2 to 4 times per week, and she's been clean for almost 14 months now. I'm very proud of her for this and love her dearly. However, she suffers from BPD and isn't fit to currently be looking after me. At 5, I was just in my new family, which meant they were trying to do a lot of activities with me and plan stuff very in advance. So they'd tell me things like, if you're good all week, then we'll take you to the movies this weekend. I'm hoping this clears everything up in that shitpost thread. I can't make some of you believe me, but thank you to those who do. Some of these memories were difficult to bring up, so I hope you're happy with my explanations. Not everyone had a white picket fence childhood. This is mine, believe it or not.
No, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that comes with social media, but I just say yes and shit with your chest. Ariana, that's Ariana, by the way. Credits. Also, I forgot to do one thing. I might as well do it. I was gonna watch. What movie was that? I forgot the movie that I was gonna watch. Wicked. Oh, they're all late. Three, four. How about the other one? Mm. 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 Oh, why is it today? I might as well do that for a second. Like put something random before I continue playing my game. You know what? I might as well put the fucking thing. Might as well put this shit on.
This was the use of a very unique ink in the shade of blue and several acknowledgement receipts.
I think they're talking about the signatures and all that stuff, like the writings. So I think when they like actually give cash, they have to like get AR acknowledgement receipts in order to basically turn it into like basically like a recorded transaction. Think about the traditional way of like back when cards and bank accounts wouldn't exist. You have to transfer it by cash.
Lapos office of the Vice President. The chances are very, very low. Especially, Mr. Chair, kung titingnan nyo po, itong tinta na ito ay hindi mumurahin. Mahal po yan na ballpen. Hindi po yan common na ginagamit na ballpen. Ang mas kapanipaniwala, Mr. Chair, para sa akin, ay only one person probably made this acknowledgement receipts. And they are not the ones who received the funds as indicated in the acknowledgement receipts. Mr. Chair, my staff was also able to find acknowledgement receipts in different names. But the strokes o yung sinasabi po nating pagkasulat ng kanilang mga signatures signatures ito were identical. Dalawang different persons but the same identical strokes of signatures. Incidentally, Mr. Chair, these were all done on March of 2023. Moreover, Mr. Chair, the signatures all bear the same figure, done to 2 or 3 times. It's hard to believe, Mr. Chair, that such common signatures would appear like this. I admit that I'm not an expert in this kind of analysis, unlike those at the NBI, kasi sila naman po incompetent gumawa nito na examination. But based on what I know, Mr. Chair, these coincidences are too hard to ignore.
It's also sus that they're like just approving like addresses. Usually when they say address, it should be very specific, you know, like what, like say Bacolod, which district, which suburb or barangay, we call it barangay in the Philippines. but like what specific street and all that shit, like address, like specific by the number.
In any
It's
event, Mr.
missing.
Chair, ito pong committee na ito ay pinapasuri po natin yan sa NBI to make sure that...
So let me just...
Tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, did the person who signed this receipt suddenly forget how they signed in the middle of the same day? Nagkamali ho siya, nakapirma pala siya, tapos pipirma ulit ng isang acknowledgement receipt? Di mo ba pag naka-receive ka na, hindi ka na ho magpipirma at hindi ka namang mag-receive ng isang another acknowledgement or payment? It could have been acceptable, Mr. Chair, if there was merely a small variance between the signatures. Although, as we can see, these two signatures are wholly different from each other. Which only leads to the conclusion, Mr. Chair, that whoever made this ARs was not actually this Milky Kuya. This is truly mind-boggling, Mr. Chair, to say the least. Another, Mr. Chair, another character who we found is a certain Alice Crescencio. There were 3 different acknowledgement receipts in the name of one Alice Crescencio, submitted by the Department of Education in her name. Tatlo po yan na acknowledgement receipts from the same agency, Department of Education, bearing the same name. However, Mr. Chair, similar to our friend, tandaan niyo po si Kokoy Villamin na na-present po natin nung previous hearing. Similar to our friend Kokoy Villamin, Mr. Chair, there were 3 different signatures. Kapansin-pansin din po rito, Mr. Chair, na si Miss Alice, was apparently, according to these ARs, were in different parts of the Philippines. Pinirman niya, nung una, nasa Pasay City siya. Pangalawa, pumirma siya, nasa Iligan City, sa Mindanao. At doon po sa ang aking probinsya, sa Lanao del Sur. Pumirma din ho siya doon. Baka nandun din siya according to the acknowledgement receipt. So, itong pangalan po ito, Mr. Chair, it leaves a very questions, no? Kaya sabi ko, nanganganak ng tanong. Itong mga pangalan na po ito, Mr. Chair, ay hindi pangkaraniwan. Hindi ho natin masyadong naririnig ang Alice Crescencio. Hindi ho common name ito. Kung Maria, ano man yan, yun ang mga common name. But this is an uncommon name. And the chances are, what are the chances, Mr. Chair, that 3 different individuals, persons, have the same names and spelling? What are the chances, Mr. Chair? All receiving the same confidential funds for different purposes from the same agency, which is DepEd. Sobrang laking coincidence ito, Mr. Chair, which actually, it's a mind-boggling. Medyo po para sa akin, kung isipin po natin ito, medyo kalokohan. I'm sorry to use the term po. Medyo kalokohan na po ito. The more likely explanation na gusto ko pong isipin ay itong mga taga-pirma o tagagawa nitong mga ARs na ito ay hindi coordinated. Baka hindi ho sila nag-coordinate and they fail to probably overlook the possibility that they may use the same name. No, signing 3 different ARs from 3 different locations bearing gamit ang isang pangalan, which is in this case Alice Crescencio. Mr. Chair, pero hindi po dyan nagtatapos ang mga kababalaghan ang nakikita natin sa acknowledgement receipts. Mr. Chair, it is also these representations. It's my privilege and honor, Mr. Chair, to introduce to you sina Miss Sally at si Miss Sheila. Magkakaibang pangalan po ito, Mr. Chair, at malamang magkakaibang tao. Kaya nga po sila magkaibang pangalan. Pero ano po ang kapansin-pansin, Mr. Chair? At ano ang napapansin natin rito sa pinipirmang acknowledgement receipts nila from DepEd as seen on the screen? Isa lang po ang pirma nila, si Miss Sally at si Miss Sheila. Kabaliktaran po ito ni Kokoy Villamin. Si Kokoy, parehong pangalan pero isa ang pirma. Kabaliktaran po ni Miss Sheila at Miss Sally. Magkaibang pangalan pero parehong pirma. These are 2 different persons, Mr. Chair, from 2 different addresses, I would assume. However, they have the exact same signature with exact same strokes. At baka isang tintang ballpen ang ginamit, Mr. Chair. At magkaibang lugar, Mr. Chair. Nandito po si Manong Johnny, Surigao din po siya. So it makes you think, Mr. Chair, that what are again the chances that once again, the two different people from Digos City and Surigao City, being more than 400 kilometers away from each other, have the same exact name and the same signature. Two people signing the same pay acknowledgement receipts, two different people signing with the same signatures in two different locations which are 400 kilometers apart from each other. Taga Mindanao po ako, so alam ko po yung gaano kalayo ang Digos at ang Surigao. For me, Mr. Chair, only one person did these acknowledgement receipts, but merely changed his handwriting style from print to script in writing, the name and the addresses, but also forgetting, Mr. Chair, probably to change the signature. Yun lang po ang aking naiisip na possible na answer. And because of this, Mr. Chair, I believe that this receipt was again merely fabricated. We have all been introduced to our new characters, Mr. Chair, si Alice, Crescencio, Milky Way si Kuya, Sally, and Miss Sheila. But let us not also forget our original friends na pinakilala ng committee na ito. One of the stars on the issue, Mr. Chair, of the confidential fund is one Mr. Kokoy Villamin. Ina-mention ko po sa inyo earlier, and this was also presented in the previous hearings. Mr. Kokoy Villamin, who happens to receive confidential funds from both the OVP and the DepEd. Kung maalala niyo po, Mr. Chair, si Mr. Kokoy Villamin ay ang isa sa mga unang napansin ng committee ito marahil sa kanyang kakaibang pangalan at sa magkaiba-ibang kanyang mga pirma. Napanood din po natin, Mr. Chair, at napanood ng committee ito ang interview kay PSA Assistant National Statistician Mariza Grande na tinitingnan nila ang pangalan niya sa kanilang records at isiniwalat niya na wala silang makitang records pertaining to Mr. Kokoy Villamin. This was brought about by the request of Congresswoman Jinky Luistro na para po ma-confirm natin na may talagang tao nito, we need to seek the assistance of PSA and NBI. Pero according sa kanila, wala po silang records na may tao pong Mr. Kokoy Villamin. According kay PSA na Assistant National Statistician na Mariza Grande. Base po sa kanilang initial na findings na ito ng PSA, mas panatag ako, Mr. Chair, na ang confidential funds na di umano'y binigay kay Mr. Villamin ay hindi talaga sa kanya napunta at hindi talaga itong totoong tao. I mean, common sense would dictate, Mr. Chair, that same name.
Just forgot you guys speak English. So PSA is the Philippine Statistics Authority. Basically, they verify the names here, like the names and the addresses, where they're from and all that stuff. They check it with whoever's like responsible for issuing birth certificates and identifying Filipinos basically by birth and naturalization, anything, the population and all that shit. Yeah, they were unable to find anyone under like 400, I think, of the names. Yeah. And yeah, they're asking, who is it? Who is that? Who are these people? Where did they come from? And now, yeah, basically the dude is talking about the whole, it's talking about how they all look similar in terms of the strokes and the handwriting. Even though they do cursive, there was even one with this different names but the same signature, which was a flag.
Name of Mary Grace Piatos. There are certain personalities, Mr. Chair, who claim this Mary Grace Piatos were merely a code name, adding that in television and in movies, sa mga palabas at sa television, these code names are used for secret mission. But the fugitive, and I address to him directly in hiding, forgets that this is real life. Tunay po tayong nag-iimbestiga dito, hindi po ito television, hindi po ito palabas. That the people's money, earned through the hard work of every Filipino, should be scrutinized on how they were spent by our agencies. Mr. Chair, ang keyword, Mr. Chair, is transparency. Transparency is required kasi kailangan masilip ng otoridad, gaya ng COA, o kaya't ang taong bayan kung nasa tama ba ang paggastos ng kanilang pondo. In this particular case, the confidential funds. The PSA recently informed us, Mr. Chair, that our new friends, Mr. Kokoy Villamin, Ms. Milky Sikuya, and Ms. Alice Crescencio, are also all non-existent. Wala po silang record. Non-existent. Hindi po sila, according to PSA, ay posibleng hindi po ito mga tao. There is no record of their birth, no record of their marriage, contracts, whatsoever, or death. No, sana naman po, hindi death, no? Although we just want to leave no stone unturned. That's why we request them if they have a proof that would really prove an evidence of their existence. Birth, marriage, or even death certificates. Wala po, according to PSA. In fact, Mr. Chairman, of the 677 names from the DepEd acknowledgement receipts, which we submitted to the PSA for verification, para po patunayan na kung mayroon bang tao na ganito, the 677 names from the ARs, it was determined by the PSA, Mr. Chair, that only 405 of these ARs with these names have no record whatsoever. So malaki-laki po yung persyento, 677. Out of the 677, 405 ang wala pong verifikasyon at wala pong record ang PSA. So Mr. Chair, it is unlikely that all of these are merely code names, as some supposedly high-powered lawyer would claim, that this simply would not make sense from a legal standpoint, which we will discuss more, Mr. Chair, and from a practical perspective, since it would be an unbelievable, unimaginable amount of effort to do. Imagine, Mr. Chair, gumawa ka, pag-imbento ka ng ganyang karamihang pangalan. At let us go back to Alice Crescencio, if assuming without conceding that these are code names. Di ba pag mga code names po, ibig sabihin you somehow protect the real identity of the person. That's why you're using code names. Itatanungin ko po, ilang beses silang kumukuha ng code names sa sina-assign sa isang tao? Halimbawa, si Alice Crescencio, 3 beses pumirma sa magkakaibang lugar ng ARs. How would they find out if Miss Alice Crescencio is assigned to a particular person kung 3 beses nila itong ginamit? Kung tanamang, if assuming that what they're saying is true, how sloppy they are to work and assign 3 code names to same code name to 3 different persons. Mr. Chair, under item 4.15.3 of the joint circular expressly requires that the SDO certify to the fact that such supporting documents for confidential funds are kept in a vault, while item 6.2.21 of the same joint circular requires that liquidation reports along with supporting documents like the acknowledgement receipts are required to be submitted in a sealed envelope. Ibig sabihin, ang sinasabi po dito sa joint circular, kinakailangan po na mag-certify ang SDO na may supporting documents ang confidential funds at nilalagay po sa vault para hindi po basta-basta may labas yan. At sinasabi din ho dito sa sa joint circular na ang liquidation reports ay dapat may supporting documents. Hindi lang po ang ARs, no? At nilalagay po yan sa sealed envelope. Ganun po kaimportante yan. Ang mga requirements po na ito, Mr. Chair, ay tiyak na alam ng mga staff po ng opisina ng Vice President at ng Department of Education. In fact, Mr. Chair, to prove that they know this circular, the requirement of this circular memorandum, sinabi po ni Ms. Gina Acosta, in a certification dated 10 January of 2022, certified si Ms. Acosta that the details and supporting documents relating to use of confidential funds are kept in safe. Sinabi po niya yan, na nilalagay po nila as a way to observe what is required of them to do. This includes, Mr. Chair, the acknowledgement receipt of Ms. Mary Grace Piatos, according to her. So ang tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, kung meron pong stricto ang joint circular na dapat ilagay sa safe, sa vault, the joint circular uses the term vault, no? And uses also the terms and the phrase supporting documents. E di para saan pa kaya ang security measures na ito sa joint circular kung code names lang din pala ang gagamitin? Bakit ilalagay pa sa envelope kung hindi naman sigurado na totoong tao yun kasi code name pala? Sa madaling salita, Mr. Chair, what is the use of the requirement under the joint circular of keeping records locked in a safe and transmitting them via an envelope marked confidential funds kung hindi pala tunay na tao? Eh kung code names yan, pwede mo naman po nakalagay yan sa mesa. Malay mo ba natin kung sino si Alice Crescencio? Ano ba ang tunay niyang pangalan? Diba? If we are really to protect their identity. So why there's a need for the joint circular to require the agency to keep it in a safe and then have acknowledgement receipt and then put it in a sealed envelope? If these receipts, Mr. Chair, actually used,
actually, there are 3 safeguard. Number 1, it must be sealed. May nakalagay na confidential at dapat nakalagay sa vault.
yes. And those 3 requirements were already confirmed by Ms. Gina Acosta, Mr. Chair, in the previous hearing. Mr. Chair, again, let me continue. If these receipts actually use code names, what is the point locking it in a safe, again, and secure the vault and secure it in the vault? When the details therein have already been obscured or changed, pinalitan na hindi niya tunay na identity. Halimbawa, si Congressman Paulo Ortega, ang kanyang codename ay si Magneto. Pwede naman dyan nakalagay dyan. Malay ba natin na si Magneto pala si Congressman Paulo Ortega? Mr. Chair, the interpretation offered by those who claim that code names can be used is...
Sorry, I was just trying to book, like, the movie. This is about, like, the politics stuff in the Philippines. How are you? I hope you're well. I'm just about to play in a second.
Mr. Chair, seryosong bagay po ito. Kaya nga po may joint circular Kasi seryoso po ang gobyerno kung paano po nilalagay ang criteria kung paano gastusin po ang pondo ng taong bayan, ang pera ng ating mga kababayan. So hindi po ito dapat laro-laro at hindi po lang dapat itago sa names. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, just because the issue of
exhausted them out
funds doesn't mean we can ignore, exploit,
their energy,
and essentially invent acknowledgement receipts, which under the joint circular are proof of payments. Paano po mag-proof na itong isang tao na ito, nagangalang ganito, ay nakatanggap sa format?
Well, at least they're in bed, right?
Nilalagay lang ho natin acknowledgement receipts ay hindi niya pangalan or code name lang, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. How can we then confirm, especially COA, Mr. Chair, that the confidential fund actually went to the right person for the stated purpose if the amount can be claimed with a code name? Mr. Chair, how can the Commission audit ensure that the agency who utilized confidential funds actually utilized it for its actual stated purpose? As allowing a code name, Mr. Chair, to me, just allows this, Mr. Chair, to be prone to abuse, but just writing any name and calling it as such, Mr. Chair. And when accountability is required from the agency of the government,
I didn't know that.
inquiry will be brushed aside only on the basis...
I mean, I didn't know that they'd have a lot more energy to be... Wait.
So we are actually...
I mean, I guess that makes sense, actually, but... That's actually big. Huh. Don't they play in the snow or something?
Weakening.
I just wonder how the snow is. Is it snowing at the moment?
Not only COA, but even this committee, the inherent right of this committee.
I'm assuming it is.
Exercise its oversight function.
It's too young.
Para lang ho,
fair.
Mr. Chair, to me, para lang ho itong biro-biro lamang lang. So I think those are the things that we need to consider and probably to...
Yeah, basically what they did in this thing is they made up fake names without doing the work of like making sure they're real. They have identities that are like checked. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, you could still exhaust him at home. Indoors. Sorry, I was just gonna move on from that because I think that's gonna take a while. That's a whole hearing. So that committee thing is gonna take like 8 hours at the most. Because yeah, they always delay everything, delay. But yeah, what's his name by the way? Elementalist. Ah, that's true. You're a grandma. Are you a grandma or a grandpa? I'm kidding. But no, you could still play with him. Sorry, let me just like take a hoot. Because I forgot before I continue playing. How's winter in there? How's winter for you? I miss the cold winter, honestly. Like that's probably one of the things I miss about with like Christmas. Sorry. Let me reconnect my controller again because it's fucking up again. Okay, so what I'm supposed to do is to figure this shit out. But yeah, let me just start my review. Oh. Yeah, but like, what isn't dry cold worse than wet cold? Am I wrong? My 0. I see. Yeah, cause yeah, it's dry in here as well. So it's fucking annoying when it's hot. Like fuck shit. But when it's cold, it actually like burns my. You know, it feels sort of cold. But you see, in the Philippines where I used to live at, we're living in the mountains, so it's like wet. Yeah, like yeah, it was so wet. Sorry, that sounded nasty. But I mean like wet weather, you know, like the rain, like it rains a lot, tropical, like my face. Um, but yeah. What do you call this? Like it can get as high as 20 or and it doesn't like really get hot. That's the best thing about it. Like and if anything, even like 26 or something, you're just like at the airport. Like in a mall. That's how it feels like. The lighting being better. Ooh. Fuck you. Ba.
Yes.
Bitch. I open the door. Haha. This is the chem lab, I see. I was wondering, like, I've played this bit before, but I don't remember it that much. Oh, fuck off! I'm stupid! I just did that to her. I'm so sorry, Ada. Stupid. Okay. That was easy as hell. By the way. Let me just... Oh, that's drugs. Let me give me the drug. I want a druggie. Wow. A lot of people stay here. Wait, ooh. Is that hand? I want the hand. Vaso. Plate. Oh, drugs. Drinking glass. Oh, alcohol. I love bowl, bottle, cap. They got a lot of shit in here. They have a lot of crap. Need that bit. I need all of this shit. That's what hoarders say. What if I'm a hoarder? What if I'm a fucking... What terminal is this bitch talking about? Okay, I'm gonna grab this last bits. Ladle, and then all that stuff. Oh, drugs. Okay, oh. One as well. Oh, give me that. Oh, give me that. Where's that? Come on here. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock her. Wait. Wait. Huh? Wait. Oh shit, I forgot to change the game. Fuck. Sorry. Oh. There we go. Hallelujah, hallelujah. I mean, it's not like it's gonna put me to jail or something. But hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Okay, now I gotta figure which computer are they referring to specifically, because I don't see any computer anywhere. Where's the computer? Oh, that's the computer, stupid asshole. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have a feeling there's gonna be a zombie. Because that's how this game always happens. Always zombies. Oh! I knew it. Oh. She just farted. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that hatchet. I'm gonna give it to someone. I'm just gonna grab everything. Okay. Wait, what's next? Oh, so that's that. What the hell? You didn't even say anything. Crucible. Investigate merchant workshop. Second radar beacon. Must spike interchange. Okay, I'm gonna try both of those. Ooh. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna grab that. Ooh, I'll grab that. Okay, let me... Oh. That's a fishy. No, that's... Oh wait, I think I have some shit. Okay, yep, did leave some shit. With that, all mine. Paintbrush, pistol. Okay, now I can go to my I'm gonna go to my forgot where I'm going. TBH. I'm just gonna go where the fucking shit that people go. You know, I'm a slave to the game. I'm a slave to the computer. I'm a slave to a computer. What the hell? I'm not sure if you guys see that movie. It's a Japanese movie. Pulse. It's titled. Basically, it's about like, well, the story is about like addiction, like, and I think it has like some hikokomori, hikiki. I'm not sure what's this. Hikimori. Hikikimori. Ah. Hikikomori. That's what it's called. Hikikomori. And yeah. It's a really good one. It's a really good movie. On Spike Interchange. Woohoo! Yeah, let's take them all. That's what you mean. Let's take all of them. Oh. What's that? Ass. Oh. Whoa. Am I carrying too much? Oopsie, I took all of your clothes. Yeah, I think I'm carrying too much. Come here.
Hey, glad to be of service.
I need you as a storage girl. You're my storage gal. Until she's full. And then she's useless. Where am I supposed to go? Sorry, I need to I'm getting tired now. It's already 2. That's probably why. But no, I'll try to push myself. I'll try to push myself. Push, push, baby. Push, baby. Okay. What the fuck?
Oh, that's so.
Give me everything, bitch. Do I have any guns in here? 10mm. What can I do? 5.
I just want to trade a few things.
Sure
I'm gonna try here to give him a better gun. And then maybe that one. This is weapon. Wait, what did I give him? Oh, um, maybe this dude.
Just looking to trade a little.
Of course.
38. Ah! Eight for what am I doing?
Let's trade some things.
How do I keep on doing that? Chess. Do they wear these or what?
I want to trade a few things.
Oi. Let me actually change that 45 and then a 35. Getting that. Can't have that far. Do something here. I need to do something here. I think missing something. Um. Why they not happy? Oh, because I need someone for the thing. Yeah, I need a bar as well. I think they want a bar. I think they love, because they seem to enjoy to drink. Because drinking is everything. Gotta like let that stress out, you know. Actually, I don't drink a lot. I don't drink a lot. I only drink when there's a special occasion or something going on. Oh, my blood cleanser. Oh fuck, I forgot to fix you as well. Okay, I need to fix you as well. Second. I might move this. Hey there. This is so confusing. This is confusing as fuck. Like, am I supposed to? How am I gonna fix her? Oh my god. Oh! Wait, bitch. Big quack. Where am I going again? Not where I'm going. Starlight, 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 starlight. Okay, I gotta check it here. I'm kind of confused.
Power armor will provide.
Where are they? Oh. That's it. Ah! You know what? Oh, no, you're not sorry. I didn't do shit. Switch next team. Okay, I'm gonna grab that. But I'm gonna give it to...
Excuse me.
Now we need to swap.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Okay. 38. I might... Okay. No, actually, I might give them that.
Fuck! Fuck, man! That's such a stupid ability.
And I'm not sure if they could wear these. They can. Inferno and the others are like so confused now. Inferno. Why don't they have to upgrade?
Okay. Fuck!
Sir. Level 3. Perception. Harder to detect.
Defense.
Arm or left leg. Okay, I guess I can use. Okay, I guess I'll get that one. I keep on spending my shit.
This should. I wonder what you'll build next.
This unit is currently in factory default mode. Do you wish to enable this unit?
Yeah. Does that mean they'll stay here or?
Are you ready to depart?
Heads up.
How may I be?
Why do I have this shit all over me? Stop. Okay, start. Okay, I'm gonna move back. Try going there.
The caravan was hit awfully close to Covenant, all right. Heads up.
Ada. I'm gonna use Ada as a fridge / robot storage. Robot storage. I supposed to be investigating more or what?
Yeah.
Oh, I got this in a little lucky dip. You know, you probably like to use them. They're like eyeliner. Yeah, they come in a little $5 lucky dip. Oh, and when I saw it, I thought, oh, gosh, there you go.
Thank you.
Little brushes.
Thank you. Oh my god. I muted the wrong audio. Wait, where am I supposed to be? Oh, I forgot to level up. Pain terrain, sprinting in blah blah blah. Science. Channel the spirit of the old non-automatic. Oh my god, I remember seeing this dude on the what game is that? The shelter one. And suffer plus raise the store's buying capacity. Let the path to your closest place. Oh, that's cool. I think even jumping.
Don't care much for good. That place, nothing but trouble.
trade a few things?
Sure thing.
What am I supposed to be reading wrong? Search copy. Oh, you know what? I really want to read this now. And then...
I hate this place.
Hey, Dan.
This whole place has got me on edge. Still in one piece.
Hey.
Yeah?
Yes?
Need any doctoring? Just let me know. Very well.
Excuse me.
If you need to rest a spell, feel free to use the guest bunkhouse.
Yes, bunkhouse.
You don't leave anything useful behind.
Oh, whoops, I accidentally stole something. I was gonna turn off the... I was just trying to turn that off. Din, 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 din. Five. Ooh. D-I-S-C. O-V-E-R-E-D-I-S-C. O-V-E-E-D-I-S-C. Oh shit, I forgot. D-I. Oh shit. D-I-S-C. Oh. Oh my god, how many moves should I have? Okay, 2. And just 2. D-I-S-C-O-V.
Got it.
Mention the scenes and undesirables, altercation with MBL, frequent negative comments, other personnel. If Miss Vigil was not extremely effective in her role, I'd request she be reassigned to the compound, but she's married to President Baby Georgia. And I feel she cares more about running the store than Argos. Possession of preoccupations, general antisocial behavior, maintenance of Alvis new to Covenant, and given his past, it's understandable that he's young. Hopefully, over time, the community can have a traders notice. Visitors comment on her, which is niggling detail is niggling. What's niggling? Maybe niggling. I think that's like yeah. It's causing slight but persistent annoyance. So we need at least one doctor here, and unfortunately, she's the only one qualified that has a suitable fisherman report.
Hey, Dan.
You find out anything about the caravan?
Bitch. I was just gonna.
Neighborly of you. I know you think you're good. Just don't make any rash decisions.
Excuse me, are you? Make it times 200. 2,000. Oh wait, no. So does that mean I'm gonna die? Ah, there's another compound somewhere. So what's the other one then? What is that one? Must fight interchange. Okay. Okay, give me a second. I need to get some drink. Just stretch my body. Stretch my body. Put me on the floor. Okay. So, ooh. Oh, I think I left some shit unopened here. I have some shit that I never opened yet. I think it's in here somewhere. I should be able to open that now. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Why is it open now? Oh. Oh. Oh, I took it already. Didn't know. I don't remember. The gates are open. Where are the gates open? Okay, I'm gonna just grab the last bits of shit. So I think I see a few here. Boom. Oh, so that's where they're secretly staying.
Place. Jacob vouched for you doesn't mean you.
Allah! You're so mean. Gosh. Oh. Bad.
No sign of the caravan. So, what the hell are they doing here?
Oi.
doors chained up on the other end.
Huh? What's that noise?
Doctor at all costs.
Excuse me.
And here.
Oh, what am I gonna pick? What am I gonna pick? Ni 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 my Nemo. Ni 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 mo. Ni 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 mo. Ni ni ja. Ni ni mo. Ni 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 mo. Na na ni na na ni. Reject. Where's Amelia? I won't kill her.
Oh, thank goodness.
Senseless waste. The good technology.
So is she gonna die? What's gonna happen to her?
Hey, Dan.
Stockton gets his daughter and we get paid.
Right?
We take as much as we can carry.
Let's take everything. We take everything. All of it. All of it.
Really strong.
I'll unlock all of them. Why are you still here, Doctor? Doctor, quack, quack. Where's my robot?
Look alive.
Sure. Go ahead and take a look.
Dr. Chambers.
I will not beg for my life.
I didn't say shit. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear you woke up from a nap. Are you feeling better now? I hope you're feeling better. Kato. I'm gonna grab all of the helmets so that I could. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I'm just playing this at the moment. I think I'm gonna grab the gun just because I could use it for the others. Helmet. Okay, am I running out of space?
Look alive.
Look at what you've got.
I'm running out of space. Look alive! Ooh, what is this? Duct tape.
Nice.
Ooh. Wait, I haven't gotten. I want to check the gossip. Okay, bye. Boring gossip. Okay, this looks like a jail cell. Ooh. Oh. It's a secret room. Oh, wow, my fucking storage is full again. Serious.
Please. I got a kid.
Do you want another treatment?
No.
So, again, congratulations, you made it.
I've already
Again.
told you.
Yeah.
Position.
Catcher, right? Be the catcher.
Why?
I don't know. They got the funny helmets. I saw a picture when I was a kid.
Do synths even know the rules of baseball?
No, please. I'm not. Just let me. No!
Just answer the questions and only the questions. Congratulations, you made it onto a baseball team. Which position do you prefer?
Catcher.
So that's what they did. Okay, I'm lost now. Where am I? I don't know where I am. Have I been here before? Nope, I've been here before. Okay, I'm lost. I think I'm lost. Where am I? Mama! 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 Where am I? Ooh. Okay, let me just do a quick scan in case I see anything anything cool within the game. Oh, see, I found this one. Oh, wait, hairbrush. That's important. To brush your hair every day. Okay, like. Woohoo! Okay, I need to again. Yo! I got that shit. I got the shit. Okay, hopefully okay, that should be good. Let's go, girl. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. My mom-in-law got me an eyebrush kit. So sweet. She didn't have to because I have a lot. But she likes to spend her money, so on us, on everyone, which is sweet. She didn't have to. How do I get up? I love my robot! Okay, let's find you a way out. Fuck this shit. You can, like, we'll teleport. You'll be alright. You'll be alright. That's what they say to me all the time. You'll be alright. You'll be right. Okay, actually, I need to, like, I think I'm gonna start off a, what do you call that? Like a store or a bar or something. Because that's how they become happier. Oh, they have a bar! I don't get. Ah.
What just happened? How many bets? 18, 106, 19, 19. Uh,
Spend. I can't excuse. Ish. What am I carrying? And then I need to move this to it. Should I put this one? And it's making stuff. No. You never did. I don't mind. It's actually fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the building bit. Like honestly, if anything, I get distracted of like the building. Like I'm supposed to be like doing like a quest or something, and then I'd be like just doing the building. But because the happiness is a little low, so I need to like increase that. But I'll get over it in a second. I can feel myself, cause you said it. That's why I'm like, oh, shit, I'm getting over it now. See, you ruined it. You ruined it for me, Jennifer. That's your fault. I'm kidding. I'm gaslighting you. That's what I'm doing. Sorry. That's the term. I'm manipulative. Uh, okay, now I gotta do what I gotta do. Gotta do, dookie do. Maybe I should put them in here. Put another one. It's actually cool that they snap like that. Why is she moaning? Like, what the fuck? Oh, okay. I think I gotta swap some of the gunnies. Okay, bitch.
Let's trade.
Yeah, it's your gun. You're gonna die right away if that's your gun. You should use this gun. This gun is better. Good quality. Made in Taiwan. Shotgun shell. Oh, I don't have a lot of shotgun shell. Did I give him that one? Okay. Shotgun. Shotgun. It's the shotgun. Okay, I'll give you 16. 16 shotgun. Yeah, because I might like increase. I'll try increasing the difficulty. See if that challenges. Just a little harder. So 16, then 38. Okay, I gotta find a 38, 38, 38, 38, 38, 38. You know what? You can have that. Why don't you have 3 as well? Combat knife. Right.
I think I've got something in your size.
Let's trade, bitch. Okay, you can have that by pistol. And then I have a feeling I'll give this over. Because yeah, he will. You can have this actually. Oh, sorry. 45, 44. Okay, this is the clothing in it. Clothing shop. Then the alcohol is inside.
Hey there.
Can we get you a drink?
Need to trade. Sure they. 38. Oh, and the barrel. My ears hurt now. Whenever I use my headphones, my ears start to hurt. I think it's because my ears are not shaped for it or something. Maybe my ears are way too like big, I think. think that's why it's because I have a really big ear. I might give. Oh, this is actually good. No, that's gonna be mine then. I don't want to give them that. Sorry. It's these for the challenge. Okay, where's that robot?
Hey, wait there.
Okay, 38, 38. What? Okay. Laser rifle. That's much better. Ray, laser. Cell. And then I'll just give you a bit. 20. And excuse me.
I just want to trade a few things. Sure.
Because you can have the shotgun. Even though I'm out of shell, burly shell. Oh, shit. Ooh, I gotta make some drugs. Actually, I shouldn't make drugs yet. Ah, why didn't that cook a while ago? Ah, it's with the robot. Actually, I'm gonna move shit around because this is really annoying me. It's getting into my nerves now. Nerves. Maybe I should move this one.
Got it.
Yeah, you might as well move this thing. So that this one's can like just chill in here. And then There we go. And then if they need to get some stitches coming here, I want to drink some shit. I do wanna like change this one though. I think I could get a better bed. Like I want that double decker bed, but I don't know how did they make that double decker beds. I don't have it with me. That sucks. So I don't know what I'm doing, but my review here. Okay, now I can wait. Do I have a lot of shit? I'm gonna check actually. See, Abernathy Farm no longer having sad moments. Okay, now I gotta check the other one. It's 93, 8. Why do I have so many shit? What's wrong with me? I think it's the gun. Armor, weapon. This is just for the aesthetic. The aesthetic. The robot is talking. I did not hear what the robot said. Is that no? Same more. Rapid powerful combat rifle. But I want that other one. Which gun is that? Oh, the helmet as well. Okay, yep, okay, good idea. You need to wear the helmet, boy.
I just want to trade a few things.
I'm not sure if they're actually gonna wear this shit, or am I just gonna give this like am I just giving this for charity and they're gonna end up putting it in their like. Yeah,
I'd like to trade some items.
Oh yeah, he is wearing them. I think. Sure, he's wait. Let me actually like. Robot chest, robot. Combat. Oh, he should wear that. Let's see if he listens. What the hell?
Hey.
Miss Boy Cap, pistol. Oh, I could give them everything. Just I give you all of that. Might as well have all of that, bitch. So I have a vision for this place. I'm gonna turn this into a settlement of its own. See, I'm a leader. Mm-hmm. They're my slaves. Slaves. It's... Sorry, I was trying to do a Mariah, but I cannot do it. I'm sorry. I drank some Coke, that's why. What the hell am I yapping about? What if I'm a synth? I'm a robot. I'm a robot. Oh, ala. Oh my god, I remember this dude. Oh my god, yeah, I lost the shit. Oh my golly. Oh my god, I remember that bitch. Okay, let me like. So I gotta like park my car. Excuse my bitch. Gotta park my car. I'ma park my car. I'ma park my car. Park my car. I'ma park my car. Excuse me. Aish. So I think I need to create a store or something. I also have so much of this shit. Like I'm realizing how overkill I may have went with the I may have went overkill with the whole turrets and all that. I'm sorry. Like I was really scared. I thought it was, you know, you gotta be yeah, I don't know what I'm yapping about. I'm just gonna shut up now. Sorry. I got distracted by this shit. Should put this in here. This is gonna be the tallest bit so that they're all secure. There we go. And then oh, they don't have a door. God, they need a door. We need to provide for a door for everyone. Door! One. Wonder what to do with this one. Like, Ish. Okay. And then oh my god, I don't know what to do next now. Okay, wait, no, I remember what I need now. Okay, I need to build a what's I gonna build again? Okay, I know what to build. I'm gonna build a store. I think that's what I was gonna build, a store. Oh my god, this is so super old. I'm so OA. That's what they call these. Overacting. So overacting. But yeah, that's a talent, guys. That's a talent. That means I could be in horror movies. Okay, so there's 6 people here. There's 6 people here. That would mean oh, Why isn't it working anymore? Okay, I have to think this through for a second. It's not really a good idea, isn't it? Oh, okay. I think my goal for this one was to like whoever comes in. Huh? Eh. That's bull crap. Okay, I need the store. I'm gonna build the store. Need to build the store. You know what? Actually, I might actually then this one instead. I could build a store and a water filter, auto generator. Let's see if I can do that. Excuse me. Ah. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Concrete. Wow. That's a. I don't know what I was gonna say. But how about I stick with. I wonder if they have a floor with a wall. Not a wall. No, they don't. I guess I'll stick with the concrete for the first two things. What the f... Okay. And then... then what's that one? Oh, walls. Oh, smile because it happened, baby. Cry because it's over. What should I do here? No! Now. Oh, wait. No, I think there's an edge. Oh my god, it's... Oh, that's why. Yeah, I'll just finish this and then I'll probably end my stream in a bit because I'm staring at the computer for too long. It's not good. No good, no good. There we go. And then stairs. Yeah. I mean, look, the computer is okay, but like sometimes you stare at it too long. Like I figured like I could do something else with it. Like exercise, doing chores. Sleeping. That's self-care, you know. I love sleep. Sleep is my favorite. And it's the best. If only I could sleep forever. I would, you know. But people are gonna cry. I'm kidding. I'm just messing. My boyfriend stared at me like, trading shop. Okay, there we go. Now I can build trading shop. So I put that in here. And see. Human. Is there any human in here? Human being. Any human being. Actually, I think I'm gonna be on my fucking, like, oh, there, perfect. I'm gonna be on my computer again after this one, because you need a computer to find a job, you need a computer to fucking do work, you need a computer to go to school, you need a computer, and next thing you know, everyone is fucking blind because of computer. Oh my god. Computer. Okay. But no, actually, I love computer. Computer's the best. I do have to say I appreciate you though, if you're here. Thank you so much for being there, Junie, and thank you for lurking. I appreciate you so much. Whoever's there, the Elementalist, big guy, people who chatted throughout the time, the weirdo who messaged and said something about, like, I don't know, whatever that shit was. Like, yeah, thank you for saying your opinions. But yeah, I'll try to stream tomorrow, but I have to watch, I'm gonna go see Wicked with my sister. I'm gonna have Korean barbecue as well, so, yeah, I'm making you jealous a bit. I'll see you later. Thank you so much, and take care of yourself, okay? Go eat something good. Bye!